You know, we spoke about the issue of blacklisting of companies. But I can tell you now, that is an animal farm. The big boys are not afraid of anything, even the accounting firm. Because once they are found wanting, they use different terms. You know, if it's a black company, you know how is it, even the so-called media, you know who owns the media as well. First, headlines, corruption. Who's this guy? There's a guy who they follow daily. Okay, let me leave the name of the company. But I'm going to name these ones. Who built somewhere in Sandton a bridge which collapsed. You go and read the headlines. You watch the news. Because it's big boys, WPHO. You know, your Stefano, and you had Group 5, you had all those companies. You'll never hear anyone saying they must be blacklisted. They've colluded in the 2010 World Cup, just before that. They were fined, they pay fines and get away with murder. Some of you still remember Steinhoff even wanted to fund the NPA to investigate them. Now, I'm not condoning. My colleagues is right. When it says some of the bridges and some building, one of the buildings we are sitting in here, these buildings were built by those people who were oppressing us. But you look at the quality, it's unbelievable. When the CEO was telling us about guys who, the 35 million, if I remember well, that's what he mentioned, that he was suspended because the chair asked why, tell us why. You know, and I think I'm not satisfied with the answer, but I know that we have to hide the names. But indeed, for me, Chair, and to the Minister, my submission is that I guess we have to find a way of reducing this number of sitters. And to the TG, or the management, or us as lawmakers, we have to find a way. We can't have so many boards and so many executives. You know, there's fancy weight when I was reading the presentation. There's very fancy weight, but I can tell you, we still have qualified reports. We have qualified reports, it's a fact. But we have chartered accountants, we've got people who've got master's degree, we've got people who've got PhD degrees. But when you come to the real issue here, is that we are found wanting. Misappropriation of funds. You know, it's like looting is in our DNA, and it's an embarrassment for our people. When they ask that service delivery is not happening, then we as politicians, we have to, I don't have to sugarcoat it, I must speak the truth. Well, truth is stubborn, but we have to speak the truth. Our own people are failing us in these institutions. Across the board. Even the departments, it's not only about institutions. I mean, the minister is here as well. At the end of the day, there'll be a blame game. And if I have to say things which perhaps are unspeakable here, you know, that when you go home, you know, one of my colleagues in one parliamentary sitting, he says, bathatha ngapha, bakususa la, bakufaka la. You mess up in this department. Like one of my colleagues mentioned that here now, to say somebody was with this CETA. Within a year, is with another CETA. And when you look at the record, where he comes from or she comes from, it's a mess. And they suspend them, they sit at home. I was reading now, other matters from 2015, those matters are not yet resolved. But people are getting paid. People are getting paid every day. He's sitting at home, or she's sitting at home. But that will come at a later stage. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, yeah. I was about to say you had a few minutes over. Honorable Member.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning once more to everyone. Chair, you know there's two statements that are always made, at least in the few years of experience I am in Parliament. One is turnaround strategy, because it's easy to say we will turn it around. Two, as a pushback strategy. That's, in a nutshell, is saying there is political interference and they are untouchables. But the irony of it all is that you make that statement of pushback, trying to find a balance and everything, and not call it what it is that once you are out of office, then you have a lot to say. Then you start reporting everything. And that's my biggest problem. Chair had to drill down and ask, what did they do? Each person, what was the problem? I think this environment we are in, number one, we're here to report on progress and what have we done about any other thing that the Auditor General has found. Because for us to condone any irregular expenditure or anything, any finding, is when we are also satisfied that you know what you're doing. You are dealing with the material irregularities and you have consequence management. But when you sugarcoat it, especially chair of the board, I'm trying to find a balance because you know people that are so much vested in another culture now, there's a new culture. And it must be clear, everyone who is at CETA is paid to do a job. Just do your job. So if a person is resisting to do their job because you are doing your job of being a supervisor and demanding that which must be delivered, then a person must leave. It's simple like that. So there is two things. One, your internal control unit, proudly so under governance in your report, annual report, you are saying it's an outsourced activity and therefore it's meant to enhance your internal controls and making sure that you are doing things right. But AG has a contrary argument because AG keeps finding that your internal controls are weak and therefore they are unable to deliver a conducive environment, at least on financial management. Now here is my problem. Why are we outsourcing and giving it to the experts, an audit firm, experts to come and deal with our internal controls, yet they are not identifying the loopholes in the system. They are not catching the wrong transactions, because these wrong transactions that come into the system and leave the system should be their daily work that they deal with, and those observations, every month they must have findings from them as people that are employed to directly look into that particular aspect. I want to understand, how are you satisfied with the outsourcing that, yet the AG keeps coming back and saying, but this internal control is not working? That means it is not working. Where are we going? I get that my colleague already said the people who are highly educated are the ones that are failing us. But in this case, it looks like we need to find people that are going to do this because it's their job, not doing it for a profit. Because doing it for a profit, it's easy to say the scope that you have given me it does not allow me to go look into that particular aspect. It's not part and parcel of the scope. But a person who's employed to do that and look after the internal controls will not have a scope that says this particular tender is not mine. It belongs to that office. Then the second thing is the material irregularities that you have never dealt with. There is two which the AG has found in terms of the construction CETA. One is the one which you have already investigated according to AG, but we do not know what were the sanctions of that because there is a huge amount that is linked to that. Unfortunately, I've opened something else. Second one is the project that was a women's project that was going to deal with skills. It was paid. It yielded no results. There is nothing that you have done on that. You were given this finding or material irregularity July 2023. We are in 2025. AG says there's still nothing that you have done about that. So this is a reason why you have someone who's looking into that, yet they are unable to provide you. For me, the reason why you are taking such a lengthy a period to deal with the matter is because you do not have readily available evidence to act or do anything about this particular transaction. Yet there's an outsourced company that looks after your internal controls, which should have all this information readily available. And that one has got millions that were paid. There's two things we need to deal with. We need to get our money back. We need to deal with those that are involved in hiring an organization, or rather a company, that did not have the capacity to deliver any the activity which it was hired for. Then the audit action plan. I want to understand what are the audit action plans, because it looks like we wake up when Auditor General comes and then we start bargaining to say, no, this area is fine, let's investigate it and help you, let's deal with this. Because in terms of your financial statements, she's also not satisfied. I think that's it for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we then get answers to those contributions, beginning with the follow-up questions of the members? And they were very concise. So where a concise answer is needed, if the question is yes or no, say yes or no.
Thank you, Chair. I will answer the question on one particular question about which CETAs are qualified, which was, because I think that was direct. Of the 21 CETAs, 10 obtained clean audits. 10 obtained clean audits, which means unqualified without findings. 4 obtained unqualified with findings. And 7 obtained qualified audit outcomes. That gives us 21. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, before, Minister, you asked a very simple question. Hey, are you going to reduce, are you considering reducing the CETAs? It's a straight question. Because part of what is in your mandate is that you may consolidate. And it's not just about board fees. Industry and skills evolve. They don't stay the same. And it may be necessary to reconsider the entire estate and see whether it serves our purposes going forward. So the question is not trivial. The board fees are important, but there are more important substantive issues at play. And the last thing, Minister, is that the complexity of your job becomes is a lot bigger. So you've got the CETA environment, you've got institutions of higher learning, you've got TVET colleges, you've got universities, and so on. Realistically, that also says to me the structure of your portfolio is just so vast, and the complexity is a result of choices made. It's not in the Constitution. It's strategic and tactical choices made. And should we persist with that, given the problems of governance and financial leakage that arise out of that complexity?
Thank you so much, Chair. I wanted to maybe apply my mind before I could respond. I can see you want this one as in now. Chair, the Minister is empowered in terms of the Skills Development Act to actually amalgamate or dissolve CETAs in terms of Section 9A. However, Chair, it's quite difficult as in now to say what is it that one must do, because there are many options, Chair, that one is thinking about. One, because we feel that in particular construction CETA is very critical in our economy, because we want to achieve our target of 30,000 artisans per annum. You know, getting rid of it is quite difficult for us to take such a huge decision. However...
No, Minister, please understand our question in context. This is not about construction CETA.
Oh,
it's about the volume of CETAs,
Okay.
the matching to the evolution of and the complexity of your job and the effectiveness of the oversight that you are able to. So we're not targeting the construction CETA. It's a general policy question, but it's important.
As part of our reforms that we are going to come up with is to also make that determination. I think it's very critical. For instance, when you look at those who are dealing with ICT, I think there are 3 or 4. So we need to also consider that. The term of office of the board is coming to an end on the 31st of March. By that time, I promise I would have made a determination to say, are we amalgamating or are we dissolving some of the CETAs? However, the legislation says, before you make that decision, you must make sure that you do a proper consultation with NSA. Hence, we understand that in terms of the board composition, you don't just, you take others from either labor representation, as well as organized employers and other stakeholders that are listed there, like your business, they submit names. So it's the exercise that one must look at and engage those stakeholders from now onwards. But however, the decision is between the minister and the NSA. I'm going to look at that, Chair and the members of the committee, because really it's quite stretchy, and the department, the sector itself is huge, and you can see that other programs, they cut across various CETAs that when you look at them, one CETA, if you amalgamate, they can be in a position to provide those services. So the question was, when are you going to announce? I think the first part that I need to look at is whether we are amalgamating or dissolving. Then that's when I'm going to make a determination to say before the 31st of March we would be having a new CETA board. But then it is going to be informed by this decision, particular that we need to look at before we take a second step to say we are concluding the appointment of the boards. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Chair. And in all fairness to the Minister, what is also a serious limitation is that the National Skills Development Levy Act is very prescriptive in terms of how these CETAs are constituted and composed. And to that extent, it also filters on the impact of the individuals that are nominated by employer organizations, labor, and those that are brought in by professionals. But just to specifically respond to Honorable Member in relation to how it normally would take to put in place a turnaround, you know, or a change management intervention. In a system, Honorable Member, where all things are normal, I would agree that fairly a 6 to 12 months period is fair. But once you arrive in an institution such as a CETA where there's extreme over-reliance on outsourcing, and you find this being a legacy issue, where what the CEO did not tell you is that one of the things that preoccupied us when you arrived is to make sure that there's an OD process. Because during administration, there was a process that was conducted called an OD process. That process resulted in people being moved from different positions to other positions, for whatever reasons. And when we look at the outcomes, they were quite frankly, and for all intents and purposes, not fit for purpose. So you had to redo that process and make sure that you actually place people in accordance with their skills and capabilities so that they are able to give you the mandate and deliver according to the organizational plan that was there. Of course, that's not an excuse, but I'm just giving you the reality of the over-reliance of outsourced, what you call, so much that a process that would normally take you a month or two to make as a management decision, but because there's an outsourced environment, it must go on RFQ, it must go, it takes longer. And I'm not saying that's an excuse, but that's an environment that we found ourselves having to take over. The CEO will comment, and the department to a certain extent, why 92% vis-a-vis below 50%. But I can tell you now that based on the report, which is an auditable report, we, as of last financial year, were sitting at 92% of our organizational performance. And we said to the CEO, we need to see 100% because other CETAs can achieve 100%. So why can't we? So it's about putting in place information, integral information management system at CETA. If you can fix that, and I can rest assure you that would have a different conversation next time. Stakeholder confidence and the relationship with the Auditor General, is that an indictment on the CEO? Not necessarily, honorable member, and I'll tell you why. The CEO lead the organization that has got provincial offices. And delivery output in the CETA, although head office is an important integral part, but the real work, the training work, the skill center work, the training programs happens in provinces. And those provinces are manned by human beings who must report according to, and who must deal with stakeholders, engage with stakeholders. And what I've mentioned as a statement of low stakeholder confidence when we took over vis-a-vis the recent high stakeholder output is based on a report, on a stakeholder engagement exercise that we've done as a board to meet our stakeholders, hear them out, understand what the frustrations are. And I can rest assure you that by the last AGM, the indications was that improve what you call stakeholder confidence. The relationship with AXA, the Auditor General's office, my acting CFO has just confirmed that, although the temptation exists, honorable members, but the findings that are there, Chairperson, most of these findings, the few that remains from the list that we have reduced, do not necessarily relate to money being stolen. And I know the temptation is there, but a lot of it relate to old projects which were awarded around early 2011, 2012, up to 2018, 2019, where there do not exist sufficient evidence to the acceptability of the Auditor General. So if you can't demonstrate, and it goes back to the integral system that CETA doesn't have, one of the big challenges he has with his management team is that there doesn't exist credible, records on the basis of which the Auditor General can ask for management action based on those outcomes. So if you have spent money, you have allocated projects, but you do not have records to demonstrate and support that, we are as good as not having that. And I think that's a big problem that we've found at CETA, is that the absence of record keeping, the absence of integral management system that will support the projects that have been awarded does create an impression that there's nothing that is being done about these fundings. But from a organizational performance point of view, from the audit material findings, irregularity reduction point of view, and all those things, we've done everything possible to the best of our abilities as a board to reduce that. I will then, I think a lot of those questions relate to what the CEO can talk to. But honorable members, I must rest assure you that in the totality of the picture, we have within the time frame that was made available at our disposal, done everything at our disposal to ensure that management stick to the audit action plan, to the management recommendations that are normally done by the Auditor General once they complete the audit process. And we have kept management accountable to at least that in accordance with the delegation of authority that exists. CO?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll start with the audit action plan, maybe just to indicate why is the low progress in the context in that last year our audit was concluded very late because there were serious issues of reconsideration. As a result, the institution have had very limited time with December in between when the audit was finalized in October to deal with most matters, and 3 out of those relate to the qualification area itself, being the DG commitments, accruals, and expenditure, which can be successfully be pronounced as addressed at the next audit cycle when the audit outcome. But we have done all that was required in terms of the action plan. We are sitting at 90%, including the review and proposed amendment of the accounting policy, the approach, how we're going to make sure that all these issues where there were no supporting documents in the past are properly addressed and closed to the satisfaction of all the parties, because indeed, it is not in the interest of the AG or ourselves to continue having this qualification just on one matter, because in the past there were disagreement in terms of the approach. CETA went and cancelled and sent cancellation letters, and those were not sufficient in terms of the audit evidence that AG expected. And then with the engagements that have recently happened, there is a plan in place that we have started executing, that by end of March it will be 100% executed, and AG as well by 30 April will have reviewed the issue of the qualification area to be able to say, is this now addressed to the satisfaction of the auditors. The issue of how long, I think the chairperson has addressed that, without reverting back to the saying of the Hebrews that their fathers ate sour grapes and their children's teeth etched. Unfortunately, the architectural fiber of some of these institutions was crippled. If somebody has crippled an architect of an institution, you're not going to see the turnaround within 24 months because it goes deep. So some of these institutions suffered, including ours. You can tell if an institution goes under administration twice in less than 10 years, there is something which is a bigger challenge, which other CETAs that may have been able to achieve clean audit may not have gone through that. We hope that the minister has set a clear tone. It's very clear, no room for these funny activities that took place, but the remnants of that is still lingering around, as we indicated, that some of the issues that are reported currently are not necessarily the doing of the current management or leadership. You are still having legacy matters that you need to deal with. Here and there, you're going to find resistance, and sometimes you will find yourself being labeled, especially if you are a leader of that institution, when you come closer where the smell is coming from, that some will throw the mud and whatever they can throw at you so that you smell like that thing that happened before you even came. On the issue of the workplace targets, this one, we have not seen what was exactly in the AG's presentation, but this is how we respond. For the targets that we're not achieving as CETA, it relates mainly to the employed, internships, and learnerships. And there is a reason for that, which is a planning issue. Where we're setting in the past the targets that are achievable, which going forward and currently we removed the work placement and the learnerships for employed. The reason being, there is no incentive for somebody who's already employed to go through a learnership. But where there are short skills programs that enhance their capabilities, we have always achieved for employed people, because they are at workplace. There's no employer that can allow employees to go and sit in a class and not be working and making money. That's what explains the non-achievement of the employed people's learnerships and internships. Because already by the time a person finds permanent employment, 9 out of 10, some have gone through learnerships twice or 3 times. They have no appetite that they can do it again. So it's a planning issue. What target do you set? We then amended those targets. So we can't have a target that is not achievable. It does not talk to the reality of the industry or the market. As a result, hence we have the role of CETA in infrastructure, rollout of quality infrastructure. This one from our side, with the skills contribution that we make, we believe we are doing what is relevant and sufficient. However, there is a regulator of the industry that also must play their part, because certain things are driven by regulations and standards and norms that the CIDB under Public Works, and also for residential accommodation, the NHRPC set those standards. The quality of material that is being utilized must be compliant with the SAPS standards. If it's an alternative building material, there's Agreement SA under DPW who verify and certify such material which will produce to quality. We do believe that our contribution we have made in terms of supporting the call to professionalize the public sector, especially for infrastructure rollout. We have partnered, we got partnerships with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure itself, the CIDB and the Council for the Built Environment, to make sure that we increase the number of certified and professional people that are in the infrastructure rollout, although not directly regulated by us as the CETA, but we're working with those who regulate that space so that we can see. Also, we believe that the challenges that are faced by local government, which is also partly responsible for certain infrastructure, are the results of what we see beyond other issues that may be pronounced that leading to poor quality roads. The infrastructure is old. It needs investment. It needs skills. As a country, we still got a skills shortage of the properly qualified people, which then increase the pressure on us as a city. Because, for instance, as we have read from the department, that in the NDP we got a target of producing 30,000 artisans per annum by 2030. Currently, the department, with the 5-6 seaters that are responsible for that, we are sitting at 22,000. We ourselves, we can play our role on the artisan side, on making sure we do. But at the end of the day, to produce an artisan, if we were to produce 10,000 artisans a year, the whole budget of CETA will go to artisans alone. Whereas we need to balance on learnerships, internship, bursaries, candidacy, etc., whilst also having to cover the operational overheads. So it's not really cheap to produce an artisan. Before you know it, you set a target of 5,000, it tells you that you need 800 million to be able to produce those. So the more the economy performs better and the more levies we get as a CETA, we'll stand a better chance to see a number increasing, because we need to balance. Internal audit function, yes, it was rated not satisfactory last year, but that is a previous provider who suffered certain issues internally. They got swallowed by another firm. They started fighting, and we suffered as a CETA that they didn't do the internal audit assignments that they were approved to do by the audit committee and the board. We have a new provider who has made significant strides in that regard, so we are confident that going forward we will not get such a rating because of internal audit provider who didn't perform. Our current one have currently been engaging regularly with the AG, and the relationship is working well. They have also looked and reviewed the issue of qualification on DG commitments. They have done significant work in terms of guiding and assisting management to address that matter. They were part of also the engagement we recently had with the AG to make sure they support and assure whatever processes that we are putting in place to address that. Material irregularities indeed, but the one on the audit report is already addressed to the satisfaction of the AG, which involved 4 million that needed to be recovered from the provider. That's the one that I was indicating that the court judged in favor of the CETA last year, March, to say this institution must return the 4 million back to the CETA because it was fruitless expenditure. It was an overcharge of the institution. The institution then is being tracked because it's since disappeared, but the directors are known who they were. And then the other matter then that was not yet addressed to the satisfaction of the AG, it was in progress. The investigation was concluded last year, June. The reports were submitted to the Auditor General, even though the report of the Auditor General indicated that the Accounting Authority did nothing. There was work done, investigation concluded. At that stage where we were, it was a fruitless and wasteful irregular expenditure of a particular amount at 15 million. And then after that investigation, indeed, it confirmed that we need to recover an amount in a range of 5 million from that provider, which is the process that the Hawks are dealing with, because it also involved individual directors of that institution who pocketed the money, didn't go to the program per the investigation outcome. So that is dealt with accordingly at that level that the Hawks are dealing with that matter. Stakeholder relations, Chair has responded to that, but I just need to give a context. For us, before COVID as CETA, we have already suffered stakeholders changing their mandate to other CETAs because of the way they were treated, and they decided to leave the CETA. And then when this current management was in place, we started seeing stakeholders coming back, which was mainly as a result of the treatment they were receiving. Some were once blessed by being called the names of the four-legged animals by those who service them, which was the toxic culture, which we have had to address, and we said no more anyone can talk to our stakeholder like that. And then we have seen also, as evidenced by the increase in the levies that are coming through to the CETA. When we were in COVID, we went down to 200 million. As we speak, we are almost at 750 million for 24-25. That is an indicator that stakeholders are coming back, and the work that we have done in the ground to service them better, to respond to their needs better as a CETA is bearing fruits.
Sorry? Oh, yeah. You must explain the pushback. You remember Honorable Mende said, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Chair.
No, thanks. Our preliminary, so there was a stage at CETA, there was an article every Sunday, right, about alleged irregularities, and part of our preliminary offline investigation to understand the problem led to us discovering that there are journalists who would proudly say, I'm going to camp at the CETA, right? Camping at the CETA means I'm going to make sure that there's an article every weekend, okay? So the purpose of that is basically to tarnish the institution and force the hand of the minister, because, and obviously, you know, ARC or IC, Parliament and all stakeholders, that there are problems there. When you actually dig deep, you realize that these journalists have actually been sponsored to write certain articles, some factually inaccurate. That's why earlier on I said where we asked our legal firms in the panel to do investigation, they would discover that some of these articles are based, quite frankly, on fallacy and non-existent fact. And then we've instructed them to take these these houses to the press ombudsman. Some have actually tendered a retraction, but obviously others have not. So that, in our view, represented, and we engaged the CEO and management, what informs this? And CEO would report that there's a historical culture, that's the animal he was referring to, the architect, I don't know what animal was that, to say there are people there who go to work, and stakeholders sometimes come. Chair, I received WhatsApp messages. Chair, I want accreditation at CETA, but I'm told that I need to tender 50,000 rand by some junior office in the what you call. And some, and quite frankly, some of these stakeholders, when you ask them to put this down in writing, in an affidavit, some of them shy away and say, I need a accreditation as urgent as I can. So, Chair, if you're asking me to put it down in writing, you're actually jeopardizing my chances of getting this accreditation. Because there are people who are within the system who got their salaries, but who just normalized working on and offline with the stakeholders to request. So it's a deep-rooted culture within that seat. And when you introduce consequence management, those people would not let it down without a fight. That's a pushback I'm referring to. And some of it remains anonymous, some of it remains faceless, because when we ask people to come and present these things in writing, some walk away without wanting to do that. So it means you're going to have to institute investigation. Now, hold on. There's a stage where we told the CEO that we cannot be an accounting authority of investigators. We're not an SIU accounting authority. We're here to do the work, and we cannot be seized with investigations all the time. So, Honorable Member, that's a pushback I was referring to, that you go into a culture, introduce consequence management, but people fight back in any manner whatsoever. And unfortunately, some of them have built strong relationships with certain journalists within certain media houses, so much that they want to embarrass the CETA, and we have to find ourselves having to answer to articles that, quite frankly, have got so-called anonymous sources. And when you actually dig deep, that this source is actually someone who is a direct beneficiary of the investigation that we have instituted. So I think that's the unfortunate part that I had to refer to. Thank you a lot.
Chair, thank you very much. So I'm worried that people are going to faint here from sitting since the morning. So thank you very much for the information that you've shared with us, and for answering the questions from all of the members. The request I have is that you don't leave, please. We're going to finish on time today, because when we've had the full conversation, I am going to provide a roadmap for us to work together on these issues on an ongoing basis, and I'd like to have the benefit of the rest of the conversation as we do that. So here's how we're going to try and manage our time. So we're going to take a break, come back at 12:10. That's 15 minutes. Then we are going to go straight into the next conversation. The person who was going to lead our inquiry is not here, so the members are then going to get into the questions and the conversation, and then we're going to break for lunch. We're going to reduce our lunch time from an hour to about 40 minutes. Right? I'm asking that the lunch be brought here so that we can save time, and then we are then going to do the last CETA, and then hopefully finish on time. Thank you very much. We'll convene at 12:10.
You want me to say something now? No, you should. I am very grateful. You see it. But I take it for it's so cold. So I laughed because I was like, oh my God, what am I going to say? I just want to talk to the judges.
Are we doing them second? Which one? EWSETA. So you asked my word.
Oh, okay. Oh, bengithuma nezobala ngizobala. Nabona ke deploy the tried and tested ones here. Hayi ayiqhuba kakuhle. Masikuni. You be templated mistake. Oh, I cannot be faulty. I cannot be faulty.
Okay, so the guys on the TV are saying that when we ask questions and the guys are responding, they like to put the TV on you and him to see your expression as he is reporting. When I was outside, he was showing, look, he's saying, so the guy is responding, we should be going, yes, no, yes. We should be looking at him. We must be responsive to the person that is answering our question. Then he puts it on he goes between the two of you on the YouTube. He says what happens is what we do, you ask the question, guys are responding, and next minute he looks at us and we're all eating. Or we're not listening to the response, or he's responding, but we're not engaged. So, for instance, you were listening to him because I was watching. So he did the last set of things. He's saying, I'm waiting for a follow-up or question. I should be attentive to his question because he'll then screen the response between the two. They want to create, if you've asked a question for YouTube. It's just he doesn't put it on, but when he wants to screen back, you'll see, he'll suddenly find that we are eating or we're doing something. We're not focused on the person that we asked the question to make that response back. You know what I'm saying? It's just a comment that he made, because I was standing there while I ate my fruit just now, because I didn't want to eat it in here. So he was showing me what they would like to do is create that story between the person that you spoke to answer the question and he's responding to your question. So he'll move the camera between you and him to actually see.
Someone must be
Good afternoon. Welcome back. So I have a request from the chair of EWSETA, who we're going to do last. So she lives in the Free State, and she's going to have logistical problems if we do them last. Honorable Skosana is our lead conversant in that conversation, and he told me that he's been training for days, so he is fit and ready. So I explained the issues with time management. So we had regard for the conversation, but for the presentation. But I want to say, if you want to open with a few minutes again, just lift the pertinent issues in terms of this conversation. That would be very helpful, and then we'll go straight to our conversation.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon. I'm not sure whether it's it afternoon now to the members of the Standing Committee. I'm going to request the CEO of NSA to take us through the presentation. It's going to be brief. It's going to just zoom into very pertinent issues that needs the consideration of the committee. Thank you.
5 minutes, max, no more.
Thank you, Minister. So we go straight to the performance financial audit outcomes. So the CETA has only this year, or this 2023-2024, where they obtained the qualified audit outcome. And previously they had maintained favorable unqualified audit outcomes. They are currently sitting at 46% progress in respect of their action plan for their audit. And the CETA has maintained stability in terms of the governance, and the turnaround that has been identified is that the CETA is being paired with Agri-CETA, which has been able to sustain the positive performance audit. The other recommendations that have been observed is that the Deputy Minister, whom the Minister assigned to oversee the CETA, has had engagements with them. So the similar interventions that have been identified with other CETAs, such as the signing of the signing of a compact with the CETA, that will be put in place. The CETA will also have the new board, a new board established before the end of the financial year, before 31st March. And there's also, the CETA will benefit from the review of the standard CETA constitutions to address some of the weaknesses that have been identified, and as well as the vetting of the board members and the executive management before they are appointed, to prevent individuals that do business with the CETA, and also to ensure that you do not have people that bring historical behavior that is undesirable from serving in other PSET institutions. The Minister has prescribed beforehand minimum skills and knowledge and ethical standards that will be required for the CETAs, as well as prescribing that each CETA conduct, especially for the board, conduct a board evaluation by an independent entity. And I think the rest, Chairperson, would be similar to what the other CETA's interventions would be. I thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Skosana, over to you. What, 20 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether I'm audible, yes. I think I'll give questions for about 3 minutes. Then you respond, then I give you my other questions for us to be able to save time. There's an investigation, an alleged investigation to the CEO, against the CEO by the former CFO. If one remembers, is that the CFO served the probation period. And after serving the probation period, at a later stage, unfortunately, there was a love lost between the CFO and the CCO. The allegations which the CFO makes against the fraud and maladministration in the EWSETA is that there was manipulation of grant process, the DG or discretional grants, misappropriation of funds, and irregular project approvals. The CFO makes an allegation of a complete disregard of governance in the CEO, undermining the accounting authority and mismanagement of resources. The CFO, as I said, it's Ms. Manyata also make allegation of unfair dismissal, claiming procedural irregularities and malicious intent in her dismissal. In one of the allegations, she says that the CEO is hardly in the office. He travels extensively around the world. And he only met her once in 3 months. What has been done? The Deputy Minister, is it Mimi Gondwe, Dr. Mimi Gondwe, has written to the chairperson of the board requesting the following: an independent investigation to review all the allegations and gathered evidence. A preliminary report must be submitted to her office within 30 days of the receipt of the letter. A letter was sent on the 6th of January, 2025. Assuming that the letter was received the next day on the 7th to this 30-day period, which lapsed on the 17th of February 2025. The question, was that done? A timeline for initiating investigation within 40 days of receipt, which will have lapsed on the 27th January, assuming that a letter was received. I hope that was done. Now, let's come to the questions now. And I hope the chairperson is here, because there's an issue between the CFO, which is serious, and some members. I think one of the members is Robin Vilagazi. And there's a forensic, I think it's Mr. Pretorius or Nick Pretorius, but I'll get the name right. But let's come to the issues before you respond. Letter from the Deputy Minister Gondwe to dismiss EWSETA CFO, responding that she has instructed the EWSETA board chair to conduct a forensic investigation on the CEO. As I said, I hope that was done. AGSA reported to EWSETA on this war and leaks material. I know that that was halted in terms of that project. The material irregularities project on the overpayment of almost 400 million towards a service provider who did not train the agreed number of students that was meant to be trained. We need to get an answer on that as a committee. What has been done to recover that money? The SIU and the President proclamation that the war and the leaks project will be investigated, is that done? The SIU anyway is here as well. The 88-page document are composed of the following allegation made by the dismissed CFO towards the EWSETA CEO. The question to the chair: what has been done to date? In fact, for me, the CEO, I guess if I'm right, she is not here, am I right? Is she sitting here? And I'm not sure why is she here. If the minister has indeed what we have for her to be here in the core committee today, but perhaps the chair will respond on that. The BDO forensic investigation on the Cape House project, which was almost 90 million, was spent to purchase an office building which was never occupied by EWSETA to date, and now the organization wants to dispose the building by selling it for 30 million. Or will be donated to a TVE college. It can't be right. It can't be right. You purchase a building And that building, if it's true, but I'm happy because we are here, that the building is not occupied. And why should be inflated? I mean, it's been inflated. In my view, it's inflated. Now, there'll be I've got too many questions. Let me get answers for now. Let the committee get an answer for now on the few questions which I've asked.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Honorable Member. I'm sitting, fortunately, I came with a Risk Committee, the Chairperson of the Risk Committee, who will also be giving inputs on my responses. I would like to start by introducing myself as the Makatsomorusi. I've already done so. I've been the Chairperson of the CETA for 5 years. And as the Minister has already mentioned, our term is ending in the next month, which is the 31st of March. Now, with regard to the investigation that is supposed to be taken against the CEO, where allegations from the former CFO. Okay. Yes, indeed, I would like to confirm that we did receive the letter from the Deputy Minister, which was responded to, and we then requested, that letter was, I think if I remain to be corrected, Mariana, you'll come in. It was written on the 6th, you are right, Honorable Member, but we only received it on the 16th. Yeah, we only received it on the 16th, of which I highlighted to the department to say, taking into consideration the 30 days that we are given and the fact that the letter was written on the 6th, yet received on the 16th, we would like to request more time. However, we then started with the process. Remember, for us to have an independent investigator, we then had to give it to ARC to ensure that they run the process of finding an independent investigator. As we are not going to involve CEO, obviously, because then she couldn't have assisted us as we are supposed to be assisted. So the process is ongoing. We don't think that, as I've already written a letter to the Deputy Minister, we don't think that in 30 days would be, having completed. I don't think the investigators would be would have completed that. However, I think what is important is that we are on it. We are going to run that investigation. The next one is the issue of war on leaks. I think it's important to understand the issues of war on leaks. It's important to understand that in 2015, I think before all of us around the table were even involved, there was investigation protocol signed between the department and Rent Water. I think it is important to understand the role of each and every entity there. The department, the role of the Department of Water and Sanitation at that particular time, they were leading and directing the policy of the war on leaks. They were and then expected to report to the Parliament thereof, and then also liaise with the Minister and fund the process or the program. Now, the role of Rent Water was to do the project management, monitor and evaluate the implementation, and recruit learners and placement. And thereafter, they then attempted to request EWSETA to train those learners that they have already recruited and placed. So the role of EWSETA in 2015 was to ensure that they quality assure the training They do the oversight of the training providers. They also facilitate the payment of the training of service provider. So I think it is important to outline that during the implementation of this project, these are the stakeholders that we're working with. There were 3 phases where we were expected to implement. Phase 1, which was successfully concluded. The phase 2, which we were supposed to now appoint the project manager, that is at that particular time, and then sign the service level agreement in 2016 with all the parties. That's why now I think it is important to state that that's where now the issues of payment started. Under this phase 2, we trained 7,000 learners to the tune of 1.3 million. 5,000 artisans, including 2,000 water agents. That's what made the 7,000. And then under the same phase, the rent water continued with recruitment, where we then believe that some of the artisan candidates were not meeting academic standard, and also as well as requirements. At this particular time, there was no SLA that was signed. So the actual learners as trained, that is in total, I think I've already talked to it, but I would like to talk to the
Sorry, can you
payment
just
that was
move
made,
the,
which is
the
1.2.
microphone?
Oh.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. The training delivered was 950,000. And I think when the CEO comes in, he'll go into the nitty-gritty. But what was paid was 1.2 million. And the overpayment, as the chairperson, as the member has already alluded to, was 300 million. But she will go into the detail. It is also important to talk to the issues why what happened. As I said, this board found the situation already there. As far as I can remember, she was appointed in 2015?
CEO?
Yourself? CEO?
In 2020.
Yes.
2021.
So she will come in and we'll talk to it. But I think it was going to be important that you have this type of background so that the members understand where all these matters came in. However, based on the assessment of the situation, we did critical assessment, and then there were also steps that were taken to address the matter. She is going to talk about it. So the issues of the discrepancies of the service level agreement, there are operational issues on why these overpayments were made and so on. I would like her to come to it because I really don't have, exact information why the overpayment happened.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. I think the question of no on leaks is what has been done to date. So that I just get to that. Thanks, Chair, for the background. So the reality of a war on leaks, I know it's been in the news ever since and a long time ago. And the major challenge with war on leaks was the benefit from the beneficiaries that are being trained. Phase 1, yes, was done, and we sat a couple of times with Department of Water and Sanitation, with Rand Water, and with the relevant parties to look at how are we going to ensure that the beneficiaries from these programs are going to get it to do what they're supposed to do, to battle the war on leaks. The reality is that the project was conceptually flawed. The leaks are in municipalities, but no municipalities were involved as parties to this program. So as you train people, the expectation is that the municipalities will take them up so that they sort out the leaks in the municipal spaces. But when you look at the is that I don't want to say the structure, the organizational structure of municipalities, even their budget, there's no room for such. So you end up training a whole lot of young people, yes, to battle a real issue, but structurally you have not sorted yourself for such. So phase 2, where this really started emanating, and as indicated from the chair, this program came from a long time ago. Phase 2 happens, and we get to the point where contractually the provider is doing what they should be doing. The funding was running out. I know there was a delay for a significant amount of time. We went to the Department of Water and Sanitation to seek the funding because we don't fund it from a CETA fund pocket. As the project prolongs, you start having a lot of people who've been trained initially being out of training for 6 months, being out of training for an extended long time, and not completing the training. We then got to contractual issues. We identified that we're not going to finish this program, so we sat with the DWS and says, can we request this program to be ended here? Because we are not seeing further continuation with other learners who are going to be trained while we don't have placement for them. I think that conversation happened for quite some time, and when that happened, when the DG finally decided to stop the project, we started having legal battles, because contractually, the service provider was entitled to certain costs or certain payments. But we knew that if the project stops at a certain point, some of the deliverables are not going to be met. So we stopped paying. We stopped paying, but we knew that the project allowed for some prepayments. We had already made those prepayments. We got engaged and entangled in a legal battle. We went through mediation with council. Mediation failed. We went through arbitration. We are now at a stage of arbitration, and it's scheduled to sit in October 2025. This is us refusing to pay them and them claiming the rest of the projects from us. The legal battle is even that the service provider wants to even claim phase 3 because they were made to expect the funding from the project. We're not going to pay such fund to the legal provider. So where we are today is that we've stopped paying them. Contractually, yes, the payments were made. That's why Auditor General audited this transaction. It is not irregular expenditure, because it was within the prescripts of the contract. The only reason is that because we halted the project, therefore there's no longer benefits that are being derived from the project. What has been done is really that we've looked internally what has gone wrong. From a contract perspective, we've looked internally from people perspective, even from a governance of the project perspective. There was a post-implementation review done on the project. Individuals who were found wanting have been disciplined in the organization. We had major issues with contracting. We have remodeled our contracting and our partnership in the organization. And from an audit and risk perspective, there is also a framework that was instituted to ensure that when we've got big special projects, we follow a certain protocol as opposed to the normal ways of transacting. So I hope that briefly answers what has been done.
Yeah, can I? Oh.
Yeah, I think it's important to know that as a board we sit and say, because the building still exists, something must be done to it. What is it that we are supposed to do? Oh, we are now on sorry. I'm now on the third one that you talked about. So I don't know whether you allow me to go ahead or...
No, go ahead. So answer all the questions asked, and then we have an interaction.
Yeah. I think it is important also to say that in August 2014, there was a purchase signed and implemented on the Cape House. They normally refer to it Cape House building. That was effected by EWSETA. So it was done, and then it was renovated. However, looking at where the central place, where the building is in the north CBD of Johannesburg. And there are dynamics that it is also surrounded by residences around the area. At that time, EWSETA felt that it is not going to move into the building due to a lot of reasons that the CEO will come with. However, during 2014 onwards, there were no audit findings that were raised on the building until the whistleblower reported and that there were irregularities during the purchase of the building. So in 2019, I'm not sure of the story, the perfect story here. The forensic investigation took place and the report was concluded in 2020. After the report was concluded, I would like the CEO to take us through because they are the ones who then went to the police and reported on the irregularities that were found to have taken place during the purchasing of the building. That was in 2014. And thereof, there were also plans on how to correct and go forward with the building. I personally even went to the minister, the former minister, to say, I think while we are going around waiting for the forensic to take place, we were thinking as about that perhaps it will be important that we donate the building to one of TVET colleges. As we then informed that there was a TVET college around that area that did not have sufficient space. So I would then request the CEO to take a lead on this matter to say so far, where are we? Because where we are now, there have been legal claims and so on, and there was a time when SIU closed the project and so on, but I would like her to take us through.
Through you, Chair. I think my time will be forfeited now. So I just want to make a follow-up.
Something in the microphone. So just switch off your mic. Can everyone switch off the microphone? Can
Yeah.
everyone switch off on the microphone?
No, this one is not working.
No, if you switch it off, it doesn't go off. Okay, because the mic
There's something,
flash is
yeah.
blue, and the problem is it affects the feed, and people
Yeah,
can't
true,
hear what
true.
you say.
Can I?
So let's
Check now.
try again.
Hello? Yeah. I think it's fine now. I'll be quick on this one. I think I'll give them all my questions, then they will respond, because I can see it will take a little bit of time. The issue, Chair, which you did not respond on it, which you must respond at a later stage, is that if there's something being done about the investigation when this was raised by the Deputy Minister, why the CEO is not put on the precarious leave? Has the independent investigation been initiated by the minister? And if so, when did it start? That in the investigation itself, when have you started to investigate the CEO? Who has been appointed to conduct the independent investigation? What is the current status of the preliminary report? Was it submitted on the deadline, as I said, by the 17th of 2025? But you said that it was delivered 10 days later or so. What internal step has EWSETA taken to address the allegation of fraud, maladministration, or fines while this investigation is going on, if there's any investigation going on as we speak? What measures are in place to prevent future incident in terms of governance failure by EWSETA? What was the official reason for the CFO dismissal? Were all due process followed in the CFO dismissal? Was it procedural evidence can EWSETA provide on in terms of compliance? The procedural compliance, can we have that? Has the CFO taken any legal action against EWSETA regarding a dismissal? What oversight mechanisms are in place to prevent an executive overreach and ensure compliance with government compliance? Will EWSETA make the final investigation report, to the public once and for all? If the investigation is done, can you make that public? My last questions for you, Chair, and for the CEO. Has EWSETA accounted for all payment received for this project? And can you detail a financial breakdown on how this payment was allocated? Now I'm going to talk about a company called the name Sesotho. I just want to find out that the appointment of this company, Bogaetso, and the CEO as well, refused the CFO to sit on the DG. And knowing that the trend in all the CETAs, and if I'm correct, we were told that the CEO is a former CFO. And she used to sit on that DG committee, because the CFO sits there, but this one in particular, which we are talking about, the CEO refused. Now,
so
this company.
So we are 7 minutes over your time. So I do need, yes, because otherwise the other members can't ask questions.
Thank you. I'll finish it off. I hope you got that one. When I'm saying if it's true that she is a former CFO, she used to sit on that DDG, but she refused the one who's not here now, who was dismissed. If it's true that there's that allegation. Now I wanted to give you the company name. Unfortunately, the chair, my last 2 minutes, chair, which I've asked from you, which your indulgence.
Honorable Skosana, the system that you is collapses if we go over by 10 minutes, because each member has a choice on how to ask the questions. And I think we've had Honorable Dagmore being very concise. He asked lots of questions.
Yeah, two extra minutes, I remember.
Yeah, you've had...
Can I have that?
You've had 8 more.
Oh,
yes, you've had 8 more.
I was not aware that I'm over.
No, you're over, Honorable Skosana. Can we please give them a chance to ask the questions? You might then get covered, because we also haven't covered the specific audit outcomes as well. Please.
It's fine, but the name I did not give, so I don't know. Maybe.
No, just give. I mean, if they know what you're referring to, maybe they can give it to us as well.
Yeah, my last parting shot, Chair, was that there's a lot of inconsistent about this building we are talking about, the KK House in Marshall Street. That they bought the building for 21 million. And the refurbishment of that building was 35 million. So the question for me, why don't you build for that 35 million instead of refurbishing a building which you bought for 21 million?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chairperson, the issue of investigation, remember at the moment it's still allegations, whereby the former CFO wrote a letter to the Deputy Minister to say, these are the following allegations that I have against the CEO. So please make, and she was very clear in her letter, the Deputy Minister, continue, go ahead with the investigation and come back to me. So we discussed it at the board, and truly speaking, when you look at 8 pages allegations that you see there, until such time that we have a report on the investigation, it's not calling for any suspension of anyone for that matter, because there are a lot of people that are mentioned in those allegations. So that's number one. Now, number two, when you are dealing with allegations, it's important to understand that there is no final report at the moment. We are investigation, and we have not even started investigation, because looking at the scope, we had to go through the process of ARC so that we can appoint an independent investigator, as was directed by the Deputy Minister.
Sorry, Chair, can I help this conversation in this way? So can you switch off your mic? So let me help this. Let me help this conversation in this way, and I'll just ask you a couple of questions, and maybe we get to the end quicker. So just again, when did you receive the letter?
16th of January.
So you received it on the 16th of January. Okay, so we are now a month and a week since. What you've done so far, and I'm going to play back to you. So what you then handed the letter to the Audit and Risk Committee. So you deliberated on it and decided that
Yes.
the Audit and Risk Committee must carry out or at least commission the investigation.
Yes.
Have you done any work at all to ascertain whether there is any veracity to the allegations at all? Is there a reason even for an investigation to begin, or you simply doing an investigation because there's a letter?
No, we thought that there is an investigation that needs to be done.
Okay, so just your mic.
That's how we concluded. There must be an investigation done.
Okay, so basically you've decided independently. So you've got a letter from the minister. You have now went and had a look at other information, I am assuming, in order to decide how you respond to the minister. Either you say, yes, there'll be an investigation, or minister, we've looked at this, there's no reason for an investigation. So I'm assuming, and tell me if I'm incorrect, that you've now looked at the allegations and there's a predicate for an investigation.
Yeah, what we did, Chair, was that we had a meeting, a special meeting of the board to say, let's look at this letter. We all looked at the letter and we say, considering the allegations in the letter, it's important that we seem to be transparent and we get to the bottom of the issue. Therefore, the investigation should happen. We agree with the minister, with the deputy minister. My apology.
Chair, what I want to know from you, so there are lots of whistleblowings. Some of them are completely spurious. Someone says somebody bought 2 cars. If in the organization we know nobody bought even a single car in the last year, we're going to go back to that authority and say, look, we don't know where this comes from. We never bought a car. What I'm asking you, Chair, is having received the letter from the minister, have you examined any other information independent of the contents of the letter? Because the letter may be a fabrication. Are you conducting an investigation to please the minister or deputy minister, or are you conducting an investigation because in your assessment of other information, you've decided there is predication for an actual investigation?
No, we haven't assessed to that effect.
Okay, sorry. Just use your mic. The thing is
sorry.
streamed. Yeah.
We did not really assess to say, is there a cause for us to do the investigation? We went through each and every allegation, and now I think where the trouble was is that those issues that were in the letter were very much operational, so we couldn't even make conclusions on them. So it was going to be important for us to say, let's go ahead, make an investigation, and find out whether it's true or not.
So, Oran Scott, I'll come to you now. So I'm going to make please switch off your mic. Yeah, thanks. So I'm going to make a statement now. That approach is problematic. And let me explain why. That examination of information independently informs whether there should be a precautionary suspension or not, pending an investigation. That's how it's supposed to happen. Because I was an editor. Half of the whistleblowings I would get were false or incomplete. You need to go through a process that tells you whether there is going to be a story or not. Half the time you toss the thing because somebody's unhappy and they've just decided to put lies into a letter or a voice note. So what I'm trying to say to you is that my expectation and all South Africans' expectation of a board that takes this work seriously, and I'm not saying you don't, is that once you receive allegations, you ask someone in the organization or you ask for certain information so that it informs your response to the deputy minister. So that you can say to the deputy minister, these allegations, minister, are not true. There is no need for an investigation. Alternately, you say, you know, these allegations are serious. We've looked. There is something that's fishy there. And therefore, we're taking these steps in the interim, i.e. a precautionary suspension. From a labor relations perspective, you are therefore able to follow what the law says, because the letter of suspension to the person is not arbitrary. It also makes specific reference to things that you've independently verified. My concern with your answer is that it appears that because the Deputy Minister has said conduct an investigation, you feel obligated to do it. And I don't think that's the right approach, because as you sit here now, you're not able to respond to Honorable Skosana at all. Substantively, in terms of the allegations made, you're just not in a position. You've just said to us, you didn't even look at the allegations at all. Please help me here, Chair. I may be wrong, so don't be put off by my passion on this, but I could be wrong. But your answer, as I understand it, is problematic.
Chairperson, you received this letter towards the end of January. The term of the members there is 31st of March. We are looking at many things here. First, we are looking at the time that we have to have completed, that is the 30 days that we are giving, to have completed the investigation. Also, we then say, we have an individual that will then also answer the question that was asked earlier, to say, why was the former CFO expelled? The former CFO was on probation. She had 6 months of probation in the organization.
I'm sorry, Chair, can I please interrupt you, please, with respect, and I don't like interrupting. My problem is you're not dealing with what I'm asking you.
I'm coming to it.
So I need a yes or no answer, please.
We are saying we looked at those things to say, already, we don't have much time, we are under pressure. So what we should do is now to appoint an independent investigator so that we can then deal with this matter and respond to the Deputy Minister.
Okay, so Chair, I think we can conclude this. Please switch off the mic. So I think we can conclude this part here. So just tell me if I'm incorrect, okay? So due to your pressure of your term ending, you decided not to look at whether there is any predicate for an investigation at all. You simply decided to have an investigation, which in the result has not resulted in a precautionary suspension, as it would normally happen in other places. Is that what you are saying to the committee? Yes. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Honorable Skosana to close, but I just want to say, Chair, that is not enough. That is not the right way of doing these things, because you want to get to the truth, but you also want your processes to be both substantively and procedurally fair. It is possible that the person might interfere with the investigation because they are now in the system, right? I understand the pressures that you're in. They're now in the system. They might now interfere with the investigation. And later on, some people complain that I can't give you information because this person is here, etc., etc. Chair, please fix this process. You are not doing it right. You are not doing it right. It's not going to help either this committee or the institution or the minister at the end of the day. There needs to be a predication for an investigation. As a board chair with an audit and risk committee and other executive directors reporting to you, please find out whether there is a reason, a kernel of truth to the allegations, which might cause you to then institute a full investigation and then take a decision about whether there is a reason for anyone to be suspended.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up, Chair. I'm not aware whether you are familiar with the King Code 2. What I'm saying is what the Chair has already articulated, and now to say to you, precautionary suspension when somebody is under investigation. Unfortunately, you said it yourself that there's no investigation, there's not started. For me, that's, you are disregarding the deputy minister. It's insubordination. For me, from where I'm sitting, I mean, we are in March now, as I already said, the 26th to today. The letter was delivered in January. Nothing has been done. How are you going to stop all this? If I'm not saying, remember, it's still an allegation, but you can't have the CEO with so much serious allegation against her in the office. I'm not talking about Vilakazi, but I'm saying there's a lot. Unfortunately, there's no time. Maybe we'll still go on with that. Please, Chair, just help us on that. If you say the investigation has not started, it means we are disregarding this allegation. We are protecting the CEO. Thank you.
Chairperson, I would like to put this on record that the process has unfolded. We are appointing an external investigator, but we had to go through a lot of processes, more especially because she's not involved in the process. We had to appoint one of her executives to assist us, and the R committee had to sit and then map a way forward, map a way forward. So, yes, it may have taken longer, but the process has unfolded. And we believe that by next week, because there's already been negotiation on who has been appointed, we believe that by next week they would have started.
Thank you, Chair. So Chair, I know we had tried to accommodate your traveling. We are not going to be able to, clearly, because we've got just, we're supposed to take a break at 1. Even if we rush that lunch, we still not be able to accommodate 30 minutes. 30 minutes conversation is not going to be enough. Honorable Skosana has specific information about this issue, which is why you had this conversation. We have not even dealt with the audit outcomes at all. Right? So I'd like to beg your indulgence that you make alternative travel plans. I am from a rural Eastern Cape myself. If I don't leave by a certain time, I understand your challenge. That's what I'm trying to say. And I apologize. But I think we need to complete the conversation on the audit outcomes with you here. We didn't call you here just to talk about this issue. We called you about the audit outcomes as well. I hope you can appreciate that. Okay. So the way we've been going now, I think it might be prudent to take the break now, right? We take the break now. We return at 13:45. And then we complete this conversation with EWSETA, then we go to insurance CETA, and then we close. We will not take a break in between so that we can complete on time. Honorable members, thank you. And thank you to you, Minister and Chair. and colleagues from the CETAs and everywhere else. So we're going to continue with our discussion. I have had a conversation with the chair, and I think it's possible that she might still make a flight, but that is if she leaves here by 2:45. Then she's got a chance. If she doesn't, then she doesn't. So I'm not saying let's rush unnecessarily, but let's just be mindful. So I always try and be as accommodating as possible. But that also means, Chair and your colleagues, give us straight answers. Don't over-explain or be overly defensive. If an answer is yes, just say yes, and so on. And then we will... I'm going to ask Honorable Madlala and Honorable Skosana to take down noisemakers here so that they can shut up. Thank you, Honorable Members. So this is a chance for the committee to just, because we had audit outcomes after, and thank you for that interaction, Honorable Skosana. I think just to close off on that part of the conversation, please, Chair, just establish at least whether there is information that points to serious wrongdoing. And then please take advice. I'm sure you've got legal counsel there. Take advice about what steps you should follow. But you want a process that is fair to the organization and the person concerned, and also the integrity of the investigation that you are, if there is an investigation, so that everything is above board. And if anybody goes to court, nobody questions the process, right? It all works out. So please do that. I am going to start this side now because I had started with Honorable Beasley last time. I'm going to start with Honorable Mende this time. We will skip you, Honorable Skosana, because you had your time. Sorry.
I think you were supposed to take Honorable Pila.
Oh, yes. Oh, in the... Okay. I must say my list here is compromised. You know what I'm doing? I'm looking now at INSECTA, so I apologize. Honorable Pila, please go ahead. Thanks for the correction.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Izokorana ngabalohi. Honorable Minister, the team from CETAs and honorable members, good afternoon and the graveyard session. I have maybe 3 questions to ask. EWSETA consistently received unqualified audit opinion with findings, of course, for 4 consecutive years. But then it shifted to qualified in 2023, 2024. Just want to check what happened, checking if there is any specific or change in procedures that led to this regression, because the institution will be working towards clean audit instead of regressing. What immediate actions are being taken to revert to an unqualified status and eventually to clean audit? I think that is doable. My second question is on slide 29. The DG commitments and SCM divisions show 0% with due dates in March and June 2025. Given the AG's findings on slide 28 regarding incorrect accounting for discretionary grant commitments and expired contracts, this points to a critical delay in addressing core financial management issues. So what specific interim measures put in place to prevent further financial irregularities before the scheduled implementation deadlines, which is March and June 2025? And how the risk of recurring errors be practically mitigated?
On slide 39, Honorable Chairperson, I will also delegate Chairperson and Sestombi to write all those who are making noise in this house. Slide 39 on turnaround plan. Yes, it is reported, Chairperson, that for benchmarking of leading practices and improvement of financial and non-financial performance, EWSETA is elected to be paired with the AgriSETA, which has for consecutive years attained clean audit outcomes, which is commendable. How will this benchmark process account for the specific regulatory and operational complexities of EWSETA's mandate? Can we please be given any specific knowledge transfer mechanism that will be employed to that AgriSETA's best practices are effectively adapted and implemented, particularly the context of the energy and water sectors? The last question is, how does the EWSETA ensure that its internal control weaknesses, as evidenced by the low implementation percentages, do not impair the national skills development targets, particularly for these critical sectors? Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister, and your team. Thanks, Honorable Pila.
No, thank you so much, Chair, for your questions as well as some of the comments that have been made by the members of the committee. Maybe we should, as the sector, take a responsibility around some of the measures or processes that we're supposed to follow as far as this issue is concerned. For instance, if the allegations warrant an investigation, we have to do so and make sure that there is no interference from those who are alleged to be part of whatever wrongdoing. I just want to commit before the committee that due processes will be followed. I'm going to make sure that the chair does that. We should not hide under the upcoming developments of saying the board or the term of office of the board is coming to an end. They must exercise their fiduciary responsibility during this period. I'm going to push and make sure that within the period of 2 weeks then, the chair of the committee receives a progress report as far as this matter is concerned. I'm going to then allow the chair, together with the CEO, to respond to some of the technical issues.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, indeed, during 2023-2024, there was a regression on our audit report due to several issues that we'll talk to. One of them was compliance with legislation. CEO will go into that. There were issues of, for example, on the financial statement, we also were found wanting, which she's ready, she's going to go into that. Yes, indeed, we then had a critical discussion after we received the audit report, whereby we then even we threw the plan to ensure that there are interim measures that will take us forward, especially because already we are now preparing for the next audit. So if you look at how from 2019 to 2020 we've been performing, and then only to end the term with the qualification, I think as a board, we are really not proud, but what we are happy about is that we did critical analysis, and we have come to realize that certain areas need to be, for example, certain areas need to be corrected. And after discussion, management has already drawn a plan that they are going to correct those issues that we have identified. The CEO will go to each and every issue. There are 3 major issues that needs to be corrected here. CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to briefly just respond to what happened to the qualification 23-24, which is very unfortunate. And as a CA, as mentioned earlier on, it's not a nice baby to carry when you sit with the qualification, especially in the last year of your term. So a couple of years ago, we, from a tracer study and impact study, we identified that the CETA is operating as from a project financing perspective. What we do, we register learners, which has become normal practice. We report the learners, but our tracer study indicated that there's not much impact. So we reviewed our operating model, and there's been a number of things that have been implemented, and if you look at our annual report, you'll see some of those changes and some of the impacts. So we started, some of the key things that came out was that our industry presence was very low. From a CETA perspective, our work integrated programs were very low. Our interaction with learners were very low. So we remodeled the organization. And in the last 3 years, we've been implementing some of these, putting some of these in place. We very driven industry-led programs. And you will note even in our programs that we started working with IPPs, which at a time, we were not working with a single IPP, but we're going through a JET process in South Africa. We started working with ESCOM significantly from a JET perspective, water boards increasing, and even international funders that have come into the country doing skills development in JET, but CETA not playing part. So when we started bringing these in, it necessitated a certain model. We started doing co-funding. The CETA's revenue is only 300 million. We don't have enough funds. Currently, we've got co-funded projects where the sector is funding some of our projects. All these things have brought in different, from a contract perspective, different, I don't want to say mechanism, but aspects of just the normal commitment. Our normal process was you put a commitment and then you run with it. A number of these, if you look at the auditors, the Auditor General's report says there's errors in the commitment register, and we went back to look at where these errors are coming from. The significant increase in the complexity of our transaction, and when I say complexity, is the co-funding model, the different tranches that are required by specifically industry, resulted in our current controls not coping with that complexity. So that is what really has led us to, unfortunately, being qualified on the errors in the commitment register. And I'm going to link it to the EWSETA question, if that's okay. The question is that how are we hoping to leverage from EWSETA? We chose EWSETA because we looked at the size. We looked at the size of the commitment register. Also, from a funding, the value perspective. And they've got quite good processes in place. The only issue at CETA is at the commitment register. So we are hoping to leverage from control perspective in their commitment, the management of their commitments. So that's where the specific knowledge transfer that you are asking, what are we hoping to gain? It's really the controls around the commitment register, how they deal with changes and how they're dealing with the bulky register that they have. From an energy and water sector perspective, we do also have a link to EWSETA from not only water boards, but from the irrigation boards perspective, whom we share, not from a coding perspective, but from a responsibility and work implementation with EWSETA, and therefore we're going to leverage on the current relationship. There was a question on also on the due dates. The due dates in progress, and I'm going to align it to the question. Second question you asked on internal controls implementation, whether it's going to impair the CETA's ability to deliver its mandate. So the due dates in progress, so what we've listed there, Chairperson, is very much aligned to it's training. A lot of things is training, a number of trainings that needs to happen. Not all of them are completed because we have staggered them throughout the year. So you will find that under DG commitment specifically, it's our people being trained on the new processes. It's our people being trained on what controls we will be bringing from INSECTA perspective. We've already had some training, but it's not complete. A number of them is also automating our DG commitment. Because of the increase in number of commitments, we are realizing the room for error is high. So the automation is not going to be done in the short term. It's going to be done in the medium term. So it is going to remain in progress. Some of the things are going to remain in progress. But the reality is that we would really want to close off the 5-year with a revert back to an unqualified audit opinion, and also with some improvement. Lastly, will the internal control implementation not impair on the CETA's ability to deliver? From a perspective of a mandate, when we look at our performance, when we look at the programs that we have and the impact we've been having, just to mention a few, even our involvement in the BRICS and currently now leading the clean cooking for G20, as a CETA is a proud thing that we know that we need to ensure that our controls are in place for us to be able to deliver well in that. So, Chair, I think those are the responses to the 4 questions that were asked.
Thank you very much. Honorable Bila, you get a chance for follow-up, if any.
No follow-up, Honorable Chair.
Sorry, can you switch off your mic? Thank you. So I do have a specific follow-up, CEO, and that is, can you just, you said something about in explaining some of the audit outcomes that the core funding is introducing complexity for you, which has led to the deterioration in audit outcomes. I'd like you to just maybe by way of just one case study, you don't need to go into detail, but it's important for the members to get a sense of how it manifests in the organization and therefore what controls you are now putting in place to fix that problem. You may pick one. You may pick one, a co-funded initiative, and then just give a sense of the complexity and why it's got audit outcome issues.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just a generic example would be our normal funding, even in the past, would be that we, as a CETA, we've got a standard tranche payment progression to say, for your first payment, these are the things that you need to have done, and that has been standardized throughout most of our projects. So now we've got and we worked with private SDPs a lot. SDP is a skills development provider. Now you've got an industry player who has their own timing, who are saying we're not going to, we are a workplace, and therefore we're going to keep people in the organization, give them work readiness. Yes, let me give them the work readiness example. So we've partnered with an organization, and they take in the learners, and they realize the first months that these young people are not ready for work. They write back to us and say, can we please change the contract, because we need to put these young people in a work readiness program. And then, which means the timing of the initial project is going to change. So those changes in the contracts in the organization is the errors that we are seeing. You make a change, control should be that we should have adequate controls that in the commitment register, it's correctly accounted for. These are the errors that we were seeing, the significant number of changes in initial contracts not properly accounted for in the DG program. So those are just a simple manner of the changes to contracts.
Thank you very much. Can you then explain the fix similarly?
So the fix in that instance would be that how do you, I think we call it, I don't want to call it control totals. Do you have a list of your contracts and a list of changes that I'm able to audit against the discretionary, the DG commitment register? What we didn't have is that the change controls, we didn't have proper change controls. Anything that was changed in the initial contract was not properly listed, was not properly kept a record of, because we never needed in the past. And therefore, some changes are found out when AG says this is the contract, final contract, but what you have in the register is different from the final contract. It's errors, really simple errors that our current controls did not deal with the new complexities.
All right, thank you very much. So what you are saying in essence, that when your environment, your partnerships kind of came into being, you did not necessarily then develop procedures to account for the realities of the kind of hybrid environment, if I can put it like that. And therefore, going forward, you're going to work with the AGA to make sure that internally you have adaptive processes, let me put it like that. You've got adaptive processes. And secondly, that when the AG checks against those adaptive processes, they will then see alignment that, okay, all right, I get it. Thank you very much. Honorable Bila, again, you've got like 1.5 minutes. So you could.
No, I'm good. The only thing that I'm concerned with is that the minister is quiet about the letter which was written by the deputy minister. Do we have a knowledge about that letter regarding this, the CEO?
Thank you so much, honorable member, for the question. Yes, I do have a knowledge because the CETA is under her delegations as delegated by the minister. So she briefs the minister on whatever developments that are taking place in that entity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Bila, you're going to get a prize. 19 minutes, 13.7 seconds. Thank you very much. Okay, may I just ask, we're going to start this side, but I also want an indication from the members who wants to ask a question. Honorable Mandate does. Honorable Madlala, do you want in or are you out? He's in. Honorable Skosana is in. Honorable Dagmo, he's in. Honorable okay, everybody's in. Honorable Mandate. Yeah, Honorable Mandate, Honorable Madlala, Honorable Skosana, and then we'll go to questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to take the EWSETA to page 153 of the annual report, where we're dealing with the 2023 irregular expenditure outcomes. And just go straight there and juxtapose it to the internal controls you were trying to explain earlier on. The first thing that, again, which confuses me and to such an extent that it's kind of like upsetting, you have external service provider, an independent service provider which provides internal audit, which was supposed to understand how the audit controls should be crafted and how they should be designed in a manner in which they accommodate every other challenge, or how your funding model is then drafted. That they didn't see it. You have a change in the funding model, yet there are no mechanisms in place in terms of your internal audit control, which is outsourced. Expects again. Now, irregular expenditure in page 153. The first item is irregular expenditure of 3.8 million, relates to non-compliance to the grant regulations. you exceeded the cost by 7.5%. The second one is a 5,000 approved it was done without approval. 4.5 million was incurred or reported expenditure exceeds its approved budget, unauthorized expenditure, that one. Payment of 222,000 relates to a multi-year contract which was done, was given an extension which far exceeded 15%, and that 15% is a requirement by National Treasury for you to have undergone a process of variation. That wasn't done, but the contract was extended. The last one is the irregular expenditure of 515,000 for board members that were appointed irregular. Minister, this one is for you. 515,000 relates to board fees incurred as a result of accounting authority members appointed irregular. Now it goes back to, you said you have 300 million budget, but you had 515,000 to pay, and this is not a wholesome amount, I suspect, on a salary bill of the board members. But 515 was paid, this most probably to some. You will explain. Please explain these transactions and why did they happen? In particular, the one of the board members that were hired irregularly and the one of 222,000 where virement process was not followed. Because a contract, when it's going to end, Chair, everyone knows by June, contract A, B, C, they are ending, we need to start a process of rolling out adverts, doing everything that has to be done in order to tender for that particular contract. Now we design an atmosphere which is very much restricting, so much that 2 days before the contract ends, someone wakes up and says, we can't do anything, we just have to extend for this one. Designing an environment which now suits the person who's there. And it's very suspicious because we do not know what's the relationship between the official and the service provider. Why would that particular service provider be given an extension? No virement is done properly. The variation process is not followed. The process of advertising for that contract wasn't followed to start off with. Now, again, variation is not done. Please explain all of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mende. Honorable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair. I will just follow up on some of the questions from Skosana, who exhausted his time. The first one is, there was a question around the confirmation of whether the current CEO was the former CFO. And that question was not answered. It was followed by a question on the chairing of the discretionary grant committee, where an allegation was placed that while she was CFO, she used to chair that committee, but refused the CEO that came after to ascend to that responsibility. Those are the two follow-ups. And then my question is on the audit action plans. According to this report, 69% of them are not done. Well, separated into the ones that are being implemented and the ones that are not yet implemented, but 69% are not done. What is the plan to get this done by the 31st of March, which I understand to be the targeted date? Yeah, that will be all, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, I see that honorable members, they found a creative way of bringing follow-ups.
Creativity is a virtue, Honorable Scosa.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. Yeah, I see that on your performance, CEO, against your APP, you are at 84%, which is very good. But then it says that the performance against the service level agreement is not known due to lack of data. Just want to understand what does that mean, the lack of data, because we are interested in seeing whether this performance on your APP, does it also translate to your performance on the service level agreement with the Department of Higher Education? Secondly, there's a point that says that there are no tracer studies to trace the beneficiaries of your programs. So how do we measure your impact on job creation, on eradication of poverty and reduction of inequality if you don't have a system to trace your beneficiary? I think that's one of the things that we are really interested in. The third question, what control measures are in place to ensure that the audit action plan is implemented so that you can go back to an unqualified audit with matters, or where possible, you can get a clean audit? Because if there are no practical measures to ensure that the audit action plan is implemented, that will be a challenge. The next question is the competency of your internal audit unit. How competent is it? Because I see that the AG gave you an opportunity to correct misstatements. However, there were still additional errors that were identified by the AG even after you were given an opportunity to make corrections on the misstatements. So I'm asking myself as to how competent is your internal audit unit. The last question on the irregular expenditure, what progress has been made in investigating all the irregular expenditure, and are there any consequence management that you have undertaken in that regard? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Chair, and the members of the committee. I'm going to request the CEO of NSA to speak on this 515,000 board members appointment regular payments. Then after that, we are going then to hand over again to the CEO as well as the Chair. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, Minister, if I may just ask Mr. Ngubane directly, with your permission.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This irregular expenditure that occurred was during the appointment of the current boards, which were appointed in 2020, that are coming to an end in March 2025. During the appointment process, there was lack of representativity in terms of the nominations that were received. Minister wanted to ensure that there was a representation in terms of gender, race, and people with disabilities. Hence, he reopened the process. During the nomination process, it also coincided with the time of COVID. So there were certain due diligences which were not done prior to the finalization of the appointment process. Hence, there was a finding which resulted to such irregular expenditure. Thank you.
Deal with the data, the missing one. Okay. Chair, just in respect of the data related to the SLA of the CETA, the one has to concede the error was on the side of the NSA in that there was systemic issue that CETA had submitted the data, and it does indicate the CETA's performance in respect of its SLA sitting at 83%. So by the time we ratified the slide, the report had already been submitted. So the CETA's performance in respect of the SLA target is 83%. And further, the CETA had undertaken tracer studies, and that relates to the projects that it had funded, and that tracer study, that at least 2 of them, and one was concluded now in January. But I think the CETA will also further elaborate on that. I thought I would just rectify that because the gap was on our side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that correction. Can you explain what a systemic issue is? Just describe what happened.
All right. So the CETA submits the data to us via the SETMIS, and at the time when we were retrieving it, the SETMIS is a CETA management information system. So at the time when the information was submitted, we somehow missed that information from retrieving it in respect of the specific CETA.
I'm trying to understand how a value then was given to the performance, a score, right? So I'm just trying to understand that. So if the information is missed, it's a blank. But if there is a value attached to it, then, did somebody make an error? What happened?
I think somehow somebody made an error. So that is why we had to, as I'm providing this data right now, it comes from the report that we manually traced to quality assure that this information really does exist and it's audited. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with the easier ones. The question that was asked was whether the current CEO is the former CFO, and the question on whether I chaired the DGC committee. I was the previous CFO in the organization. I have never in a single day chaired a DGC committee, and I'm just responding to the question that was asked. The next question that was asked with regards to, I think, the bulk question on irregular expenditure. The question is to go through the list of the expenditures and explain. Similarly, on the 7.5 as a similar problem or a challenge that from a construction CETA perspective was highlighted. Maybe for me to just highlight for EWSETA, 7.5% limitation for us to spend on projects with a 300 million budget. Is a limitation already, just from administration perspective and also from implementation perspective. We started in
Sorry, may I ask, just go on to because. So you say it's a limitation on its own because?
Because maybe, so the legislation says that, the regulation says that the CETA must not spend more than 7.5% of their discretionary grant expenditure on admin. So that talks to something that is matching. It's either you stop the project or you stop assisting certain projects from an admin perspective so that you are below 7.5, or you don't implement projects that require 7.5. So example, all our rural projects require a 7.5. We've had to bring in the organization a rural support. If you've got a project in the rural area, in addition to training, or sometimes there's transportation required, or you need to feed people who come into the training. It's not all the rural project, so our policy provides for rural allowance. It's either we limit those we don't spend on such, so that we comply, but we're going to miss from implementing some of the NSDP objectives. One of the key thing also is that in the 7.5 finances the project people who work on these projects. We can either have a very small team on projects to finance all our projects, which is going to create other errors, or we can look at 7.5 and having to report to the minister that we exceeded because of some of these projects. We are looking into that, and that's where the irregular on 7.5 is coming from. It's really, we said with AG to say, is this calculation actually correct as per the legislation? The legislation talks about allocation, it's based on expenditure. So it's currently a matter that we are, through Audit and Risk Committee, have been discussing with Auditor General. It can be resolved by limiting staff and by limiting rural projects that require assistance. But that's going to defeat the purpose of our mandate. The second one was...
Sorry, I need to address something to the Minister and the DG in respect of that, so please switch off the mic. So, Minister and DG, I wondered, even in the previous conversation, about these percentages, because costs vary. Admin and related costs vary depending on where you are, right? And it appears that it potentially can be a blunt instrument where there are certain conditions that necessitate, certain things to be done. So some employers, for instance, have a Gauteng adjustment on salary. If you worked in the Eastern Cape doing the same job, when you move to Gauteng, they adjust your salary at the same level because things are more expensive in Gauteng versus my province in the Eastern Cape, in Mkanduli, where I come from. Rental is not the same. So I'm not going to ask you to answer the question. I need you to examine this because auditors work with the rules that are in place. They can't change them. And just make sure that you've got the fixes done in terms of the necessary adjustments at any given point in time. If, for instance, there's a reduction in budget, is 7.5% or 8% or whatever still adequate then? Because then it does, you've already committed in terms of your rentals and everything, and now there's a reduction in budget. What was 6% last time is now 9%, and you are said to be in breach. You get the practicalities I'm referring to, so please have a look at it and then see if you can't have a system that responds to the reality that CETAs and others may have. I'm not providing an outlet for, please, let's therefore not have the other problem. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption and sorry, Honorable Member. I just felt I need to understand this.
Thank you, Chair. The next, I think the other item on irregular expenditure was relating to the amount exceeded by what was approved by the minister, which was referred to as unauthorized expenditure. So every year that our regulation gives us an opportunity to write to the minister to request that we revise our budget based on the activities of the year, and we've done that as a CETA. Also annually, we do submit an approval to National Treasury to retain our surplus. So what we had done is that we had written to National Treasury to retain our surplus, and we indicated what the projects are going to be funded for. In this instance, it was JET and ESCOM-related projects. It was approved by National Treasury. In our write-up to the minister, we did include the amount to say we are revising our budget. As we revise our budget, please also note Treasury has approved a specific amount, and we wrote to the minister. In the prior years, the minister would write back and approve, and they would also include the Treasury amount in there. In this year's audit, that amount was not included in the letter from the minister. And therefore, AG said, yes, it's approved by Treasury, but it's not included in the letter from the minister, and therefore, it wasn't approved expenditure. I think we've argued this back and forth, but they said it needs to reflect in the letter from the minister. That's how we ended up with the finding that says for the 4.5 million that was incurred exceeding the approved budget. The second item was the multi-year contract. I think that was really highlighted to say that's the one, the SCM issue, that we're not varying our project. So there is a provision, yes, for us to vary. We exceeded the 15% threshold. There is normally a check, and this specific contract did exceed the threshold, and there is consequence that is taken on those who are involved in this in the process. In the CETA, in the past, if you note our irregular expenditure, we used to have a significant amount of irregular expenditure. In the past, these have not been featuring, and it did pop up in the previous year. And based on our investigation and on the work that needs to be done, the relevant people will be, there will be consequence on it. It has been reported to ARC, and we do report the action against this to Audit and Risk Committee. Two questions, I'll merge the two together. Implementation of the audit action plan, I think I have already touched on it, but there is a question to say, will we be able to, most of them are towards the year end, will we be able to complete from a percentage perspective? A lot of the action plans that are there, as I indicated, it's not once off. Example, the training, we will carry out the training. Most of them also a review. Because of the DG errors, we have included a number of controls on detailed review. It's happening now, but on the financial statement, it's going to be happening. Most of them will be on the interim financial statement and also in the financial statements that we submitted to the Auditor General. I think the SLA has been responded to. And I think the tracer study has also been responded to, just to indicate a lot of the changes we've been implementing in the CETA are as a result of the outcomes of these tracer studies and the impact studies. What control measures do we have to revert back to attain a clean audit, or to revert back to unqualified? Chair, can I take that it's responded to this one, or do I need to on its internal control again? And then the internal audit competency, there's a question with regards to whether our internal audit is competent enough to identify these errors. So we took back obviously the findings. Audit and Risk Committee critically looked at our findings, and they increased the scope of internal audit. We haven't had major errors in commitment, so it was a normal audit from internal audit perspective under commitment. In the current, we've revised through the audit through ARC, we've revised our internal audit plan, and there's a significant review now on commitment to specifically look at the changes that have come about from the new operating model. So they are going to be looking at our processes, the new processes, firstly to look if they are adequate and to look if they are effective and they are functional. So that's what, from ARC perspective, has been put in place, so that we also look at our changes. The last one is the progress that's made in irregular expenditure and the consequence management. We've got an opening balance that includes transactions from prior year, which also includes the building. It includes the building and the forensic audit that were conducted. Just from a consequence management perspective, just to highlight to members, there was a long list of employees that were implicated in a number of irregular expenditure from forensics. If you look at the movement and staff in the organization, a lot of people have been leaving the organization during investigations, through dismissals, and we've been holding a lot of disciplinary hearings in the organization. And I'm going back, maybe I'm going to link to the turnaround question that also came, which creates a certain environment of discomfort in the organization. We've got the case open with SAPS, which was closed multiple times, which have personally gone back to the police to reopen such matters, which brings in some level of personal risks. It has gone to the Hawks. We do have matters that are sitting with the Hawks that they are looking at. And we've also reported to the Auditor General, specifically on the building, to say this matter went to the NPA. It's been closed by the NPA. We're not satisfied why it was closed. These are the reasons. And we've gone to the Auditor General to say the board has done such and such and such to ensure that the criminal matters that are highlighted in the forensics are taken into account. But where we are today is that we're hoping through the MI, AG will be able to take that upon with the NPA themselves.
Okay, I think we should get more information on this. So there's some specifics. So when you say a lot of employees, if you know the number and what type of transgressions, please share that with the committee. But we'd also like to, you can do that in writing. We also want to be able to follow up with relevant authorities ourselves as well. Like I said, the NPA also has to account here, and the Hawks. So if you can give us information, case numbers and the like, we'd be happy for the Secretariat to follow up so that we can share with the members what the feedback is. Honourable Member.
No, Chair. No. I'm very worried there's a huge red flag that's coming, and it seeks to undermine the laws that we draft, which govern how money is spent, the expenditures and the incomes. If you plan, you know what's going to happen. There's a lack of planning in your department. With that laissez-faire attitude of, I'll write to the minister and the minister will allow it. You know you had planned, you will have so much programs. They will take place in Ngutu. There we don't have a hotel. There's gonna be a traveling from the nearest town to Ngutu. That you know in advance. You can't then say, no, simple because some of the projects require money and it must be dealt with now. We can't tell you what to do day to day, but planning should advise you that these are going to be the sums which you are going to incur, and in incurring them, I require to follow certain procedures in order for me to be on the right side of the law, because at all times, as the CEO, you can't undermine the law and say, then it means I'm not gonna be doing projects. That can't be the attitude. That's number one. Then number two, you are saying in the 222, there are consequences and I think people were dealt with. What kind of consequences? Because here, there's two aspects of transgression that took place. One, a contract which was supposed to have been renewed on time was not renewed on time. We didn't go to the market. We robbed other service providers of an opportunity to do business with the state. Then we again undertake a transaction without the authority of National Treasury. There's two transgressions there. So the person who was supposed to have renewed the contract, what happened to them? Then the person who did a contract without a proper variation process, what happened to them? We do not know the relationship, I said so earlier on. And here we are dealing with a lot of people whom when they are checked, when eventually we do forensic check on people, we find that they had relationships with company, money was flowing from company A to officials. Then 3 years down the line, we are told the scoper didn't even see that people were just being given contracts without proper processes being followed. So when you are accounting, account properly. Because we can't have that official given a routine warning, yet they are still in the system and they can still go and do the very same transgression. So the last one, on the board, why were there values if it was a matter of, no, it was withdrawn and then it was re-advertised? I don't understand. Did we pay people that were not supposed to have been appointed? Or was this administrative fees? If they were administrative fees, what were they paying for? Because it says it was because the board were paid on irregular appointments. So you are saying, no, the advert was withdrawn, re-advertised, corrected. What was happening? So where is this money going to? Who received money and was not supposed to receive money? Thank you.
Let me take the rest of the members. Honorable Dugmore and Honorable Beasley.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll be very brief. I think at the beginning I referred to this notion of serial offenders. I don't. I'm not wanting to repeat that, but I think, you know, in terms of, obviously we've had certain answers from construction CETA, but on this particular CETA, you do have the situation where they were receiving unqualified audits and lists until the last one. I think colleagues have asked questions. My big concern is that in regard to what was said about the Working for Leaks program, it clearly seems that people were trained, but the placement or involvement of local government is the problem. And I think we heard the construction CETA told us, for instance, about the tracer study. I think we've asked for a copy of that and we're getting it. Now, in regard to those young people who were trained, to fix leaks, could we just get a sense, I mean, what is the number, and has there been any effort to trace them, to, for instance, organize them into small plumbing businesses or whatever? I mean, whatever the issues are which went down there, and I think those, hopefully in all these investigations will uncover that. But the immediate issues, have we got a record of all those students? Were all of them trained, and is there any effort to place them either into cooperatives or into small businesses dealing with the issues that they've been trained in? Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. So I've said it quite a few times, everything rises and falls on leadership. And Minister, I'm concerned about the size of these boards. They're 15, there's 21 CETAs, 21 times 15 is over 300 people employed as board members and CETAs. And it sounds like it's a feeding trough. And I really urge you to look at the size of the boards, because more doesn't mean better. Sometimes less is better. And I'm just worried that it is a feeding trough for connected people, because 300 people, the other day we had the UIF here and the Workmen's Compensation Fund. They don't have a board, but they're both 23 billion in size. And you've got these organizations that have 15 board members. It's just bizarre. And if we're talking about raising taxes and everything, but if we just cut out the wastage in the system, we could actually reduce taxes. So that's a question to you, and I know you're new in the position, so I just urge you to apply your mind to that and look at reconfiguring the size of these boards and maybe merging these organizations. And then just finally, in terms of the incentive scheme, I note there is an incentive scheme, so if the Chair doesn't mind just answering, who decides on the incentive scheme and on what basis is it paid to top management? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with you, Minister. Unless you acknowledge and you are going to do what Honorable Beasley is saying.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think we need to understand that in terms of the composition of the board, we are guided by the Skills Development Act. So if then we want to tamper with the number or the size of the board, we need to amend the Act first. So it is the...
Which you can also do through Parliament. So,
yeah,
Minister, on his own, that unfortunately, that but I think the injunction was, please consider it. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. I really have to make this one point. We can't write the law on the basis of exceptions. If the law says 75% or 7.5% is the benchmark, that's a standard that must be followed. Our expectation is that our institutions and agencies, in their planning of projects, they are guided by those standards. You don't plan on the basis that you might write and request or motivate for deviation to those norms. And I think this must be clear, because I do not like this to be perceived to be, it's allowed, it's an expectation that we might respond positively if you were to request. For example, we have come to a conclusion that surpluses in our institutions may not accrue to the same institution that would have had those surpluses. Instead, we redirect those funds to priorities that are determined by the needs of the country. And so you can't have planned that we will say yes if you ask for it. So I need to make that point so that it is clear that we want to abide by the standards. The Chair says you already know that you are planning for a rural project. That's correct. And what is the occasion now of requesting for a deviation? So it's not that we don't ask. The minister would consider it, but it should not be an expectation. It must be through exceptional circumstances that such motivations are taken into account in any system, for that matter. I think I have to make that point so that the administration is clear that it is based purely on the law.
So let me ask this question. So what is the level, what is the extent to which this ratio is breached? Is it common? Is it not is it not common? I can understand at a project level. I can understand what I was referring to in my own statement. I was simply asking, I was assuming that it applies to the CETA corporately as well. It does?
It does.
So all I was saying is, and you need to help me. So if CETA A is in this year, they get, let's say, 300 million. And Treasury, I don't know if this is how it works, but for some reason, the allocation is now less in another financial year. What is the expectation of that CETA? Are they supposed to then start cutting costs with the resultant impact thereof, or what are they supposed to do? I understand the risk, that's why I made, so I'm not talking about projects. That can be part of project planning and there's no excuse. I'm just saying, if the allocation, the revenue of the CETA changes, what happens to some of the fixed costs that CETA has?
Thanks very much, Chair. Well, I must say, DG is saying the standard is provided for in terms of the CETA grant regulations. It's applying to all CETAs. And I must make the point, it's not all the CETA or majority of the CETAs. It's very few CETAs. I know this might be arising especially to CETAs like EWSETA. But in majority instances, there is no big issue with regard to this. And I'll tell you, Chair, even if we look into admin, we have administration cost, which is 10%. Some CETAs have been arguing to say, please for us increase to 15%, exactly what the DG is saying. You cannot have a sliding scale in terms of because this is proportional to the amount you have received. It's proportional. There is equity when something is proportional. It's not like we're saying it's 100 rands to everybody, then you'll understand. But here there is equity. So I know even at NEDLEC, there is less appetite as we're busy engaging with the CETA grant regulations to increase 7.5 to 8%. But the results are going to be the same because this is proportional to your budget that is there. So we perhaps maybe it's just to see how we can work with the CETA, to ensure that we comply. 10% is 10%, 5% is 5% is the same thing. The bigger CETAs will tell you, mass CETA, that also want this to increase, but it's proportional, it's equitable. So it's not like we're saying it's 200 rands for everybody, then you'll understand. So, I know, let's have 150, let's have 50 somewhere. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. You can proceed and respond to the specific questions for you.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to respond to the last question.
Please respond to the questions relevant to you so that I can release you.
Okay, on this one, normally incentive would have the policy, and once there is performance in accordance to the policy, then it is awarded. But before it is awarded, remember there is this process of evaluation, case by case, on whether there has been performance in accordance to the policy. Yes, the board does that. Thank you.
So is there a subcommittee that does this in the board? The performance base, which one is that? Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Are there any follow-ups for the chair? I'm worried about a flight. Are we good? Okay, Chair, thank you very much. I hope you catch your flight. But you should get there in 40 minutes or so. Thank you. Chief Executive, please continue.
Thank you very much. There were only just, I think, few questions. The first one was a follow-up, really, and without exhausting this and maybe laboring this point, on the member is correct. We have to plan as an organization on what we're going to do, and it's the application of a legislation which. I'm going to use a simple example. A 10 million project that's awarded today that requires an entire 7.5% admin today because you need to set it up is going to look irregular if I report today. Because if it's a 10 million project awarded today, but the expenditure hasn't hit your books, you've already exceeded. So at year end, what Auditor General looks at is how much have you expensed, even though you've budgeted a 7.5, how much have you expensed, and I match it against your administration. A number of these are incurred very early, and therefore and I'm highlighting a practical and a technical issue, which is a challenge in application of legislation. I'm not saying the legislation is incorrect, it's just really the practicality. If you have a smaller CETA, our CETA is the lowest levied CETA that is funded from a levy income, besides the P-CETA. We're sitting right there at the bottom, so we do find a lot of these timing of expenditure and the adherence to the 7.5. The 10.5 is a real issue. That one, I don't think we will be able to explain it ourselves out of it. So we do.
Sorry, let me ask, is Ms. Mtichwa here? Okay. Because the reason I keep on this thing, there really is an accounting reason. So please help me understand. When you are doing an audit, and you are looking at whether, in terms of this conversation specifically, there has been a breach of the percentage. Is there, so let's say over the 3-year period, because that's what I'm gathering from the Chief Executive Officer, but I need to make sure that what we get told tallies with what you are saying. That if next year, because some of the costs were front-loaded, in other words, you had to do a certain outlay at the beginning to make sure that the project takes place. That's what she's saying. And that on that financial year, you may exceed the 7.5%, but in year 2 and year 3, I don't know how it works, right? When you've looked at the total expenditure, the 7.5% is complied with. Is that what you are saying? I just want to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding, because I don't want to leave this thing hanging.
I wish we were audited that way, sir.
But am I correct in my understanding?
Yes.
So, Ms. Mtichwa, this is an important question, because with economic stats, as you would know, they go back, and when they report on year 2, there is a correction of the prior year's data on a rolling basis. What I want to know, A, is she correct? Secondly, is there in the auditing then a reference to the previous audit to say, when we've looked at the totality of the work that was being done, in the end, the percentage was complied with?
Thank you, Chair. So I think when we assess it on an annual basis, Chair. So in terms of the legislation, even your annual performance plan and the budgeting would be on an annual basis in terms of how much would have been spent, should have been spent in terms of discretionary grants, and how much would have been expensed by the organization. So what we would be looking at what would have incurred as expenditure for that particular year, even for the next particular year. So I wouldn't say there would be like an accumulation or an assessment in terms of a 3-year period.
That's problematic. And I know you don't make the rules. The point I was making, Deputy DG, and I know it seems counterintuitive coming from me. We have a lot of tense conversations here on the basis of accounting treatment. And sometimes we spend an hour on an issue of accounting treatment, and I sit here frustrated. This is accounting treatment. Please, can you, between the AG and the Treasury and yourselves, find an appropriate accounting treatment for this problem? place. That's all. I'm not saying change the law. There must be appropriate accounting treatment for this, because other statistics, there is always a revision. Even the national budget is revised. There's projections and annual. They annualize the information. That's why we work with 3-year cycles. We can't work with a technical breach. We expend a lot of effort here, and then next year the problem automatically corrects itself, and we are not told about it correcting. So it's not just about this CETA. I'm just saying, please mind the accounting treatment issues on an annualized basis, and please update us when those have been done. And AG, again, I'm not saying you are the problem. The legislation is the legislation. You must apply it as it is. But we have a lot of conversations in this committee that are based on accounting treatment, and it gets frustrating for me.
Thank you, Chair. Just the last question on war on leaks. I think yes, war on leaks. Yes, the last question on war on leaks was the how many people have been trained through the program. So the program was planned to have trained 15,000 young people to battle war on leaks. We had just above 7,000 that were trained in phase 1 and 2 before we stopped. We understood that there were initially significant challenges with them getting placed is not an issue. Employed is an issue, because it's easy for us through internships to place people, but that's not sustainable. But what we've done a post-implementation review on war on leaks, and we've traced a number of them. Not all of them are employed, but there is a significant, we can provide that report just to reflect the statistics. I don't want to misquote the stats. But there is an indication of a number of them that have been employed. And we're hoping also, as we're working with Department of Water and Sanitation and WISA and municipality on the drop reports on improvement of the quality of water and no drops and the blue drop. There's a requirement there for process controllers, and we're looking at how do we use the war on leaks qualified young people to be able to take up the process controller roles.
Okay, so there was also the issue of the 222,000 extension without variation. Who did what on that? I mean, who was responsible, and what was the consequences? How was that issue dealt with?
I thought I responded, Chair, but I think the follow-up question was that actually what has happened. Is that the question, if I may? So that I respond to the right question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the question is twofold. One, the contract was supposed to have been advertised. It was not advertised. Who was supposed to advertise, and what happened to that person? Again, if it's the same person or it's a different person, they extended the contract without authorization of Treasury through the variation process. What happened to that person, and where is that person now?
Thank you, Chair. So yes, correct. We should have ended the contract or advertised on time, and it wasn't done. So the responsibility of contract management sits within the Office of the CFO, and the SCM manager is responsible for managing those contract lists. And to ensure that when before it expires, we advertise on time. If that's not done, that's probably the reason why it was extended. Specifically on the 255, Chair, I can get back to, I don't want to give misinformation, but I know there's consequence management on this. It was investigated to see who was responsible, which is the SCM, and we can report back as we submit some of the information on the actual who action was taken against. I don't want to misinform the members.
Okay, please send that information to the committee secretariat, and then they'll make a note. Okay, colleagues, I'm keen for us to finish. Sorry? Sorry, who received money in? The board question, I think, is it not for, it's for your office, Minister, no? Okay.
Thanks. Can I quickly respond to you, Chairperson? In terms of the Act and the CETA Standard Constitution, it is a requirement that when appointing the board members, there should be representation in terms of race, age, gender, as well as people with disabilities. So during this appointment, the minister reopened the process solely for the purpose of that. But due to unforeseen circumstances, COVID happened. So when the process was finalized, those board members were appointed during the commencement of the COVID risk-adjusted strategy, where there was a hard lockdown. So during that time, those appointments were done without finalization of the criminal record checks, qualifications, verifications, declarations of interest, and so forth. But given that the term of the board was almost ending, the minister appointed the board members with a condition in the appointment letters that the appointment is subject to attainment of the positive results out of such verification checks. So after such appointments were done, the verification checks were done subsequently to that finalization of the process. As a result, the finding happened, which resulted to that expenditure. So that is how it occurred. But all such board members were subsequently appointed correctly, as given that all the verification checks were done, their declarations, their qualifications were verified, as well as their criminal record backgrounds were done. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we've got one more CETA to go, so I have to manage the time as well, so that we can leave here at a decent time. So can I ask that we move, if somebody needs to, thank you very much to the team. The chair is not here, but thank you very much. We are going to, I also never got to ask my own, so we are going to send you quite a few follow-ups. Please, in both cases, both CETAs that I've spoken already, those case numbers, we need them, because we follow up with the NPA and the Hawks, and we will be doing that on your behalf to make sure that we keep on the pressure. Can we then move to the discussion on INSECTA?
I'll just say.
Chair, we were fairly covered by the opening remarks we've made.
We can go straight to.
Go straight, yes.
Awesome, thank you. But the person who will be answering questions needs to be on the front row. It's unhelpful if they're not. So if the colleagues from the other CETAs were to swap seats with them, it's not that I don't like looking at you, colleagues. I don't mind, but we have to be looking at the person we're talking to.
Ya kuhamba bobaba.
You're going to end up getting recorded while maybe swearing at your cousin quietly there. You know, there was a minister in the hot mic last week. So
I'm afraid of that, eh? Yeah, otherwise I'm going to be the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Can we just have quick reintroductions? Because it was very early in the morning. I understand the chief executive is on leave, but the acting chief executive is here, and some colleagues, if you can please do that. The committee members have looked at the presentation, so we're going to go straight to our conversation about the audit outcomes, if that's okay. But please introduce yourselves again so that we can refer to you properly.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. With your permission, can I also give a small presentation on our audit qualification? Okay. I am the member of the Black Insurance Advisors Council. I'm an independent financial advisor, and I'm also a member of the INSECTA board. And I'm serving CETA board as a FINCO member. In short, then...
Sorry, you're serving the board as a?
FINCO member. Yeah. Now, my short statement is going to take only about less than 10 minutes. The Honorable Minister, the Honorable Chairperson, the committee members from different organs, thank you for the invite, and also a sincere apology for late coming, and also a sincere apology for the absence of our CEO, who has a bereavement in the family. And a blessed day to all in attendance today. You hope and trust that the meeting is going to build, it's going to strengthen, motivate, to let us live in CETA excellence model that was just formulated. INSECTA has always pursued effective, efficient, transparent system implementation as required by PFMA, including in-house transformation. INSECTA has been invited to SCOPA because of recurring audit qualification resulting from, I have mentioned here, is irregular expenditure, where 1,500 rand was spent on the purchase of masks. Unfortunately, INSECTA was able to recover the whole 1,500. The other one is fruitless expenditure that was incurred in 2018. It was about 7 million rand. From 7 million rand, we were able to recover 1 million rand only, and that the balance was a debt written off. Then again, we have misstatement problem, where the AP and APR were not, they were actually differing. Then we had also wasteful expenditure, where 764,000 rand, that was event related, has not been recovered as yet. Debtors control. You also had a problem also that was raised by AGSA, saying that we keep our debtors for a long time. And our issue was that writing off debts creates also a job for debt collectors. That's the reason why we try to keep it low, so that we can be able to try to recover our money. The depreciation system also has been our problem, where we could not just declare other asset in time obsolete, but also that we worked on. Then also had admin systems. Project expenditure, source documents uploading was actually a problem in the 2023-2024 financial year because of system problems. We also had ID problems, where there are duplicate IDs. Then we have had one ID with different surname, but the ID number being the same. And to my surprise, also on Monday, when I was with one of my cleaners at work, she told me that she has overheard some people saying that, some learners saying that they actually participate in about 3 or 4 CETAs. And for you to be there, you have to pay The people are connecting you about 3,000 rand. The other ones are charging you 1,000 rand so that you can be able to participate in different CETAs. Now, my concern with that is that we are actually coming to the breeding ground for teaching our young people how to be corrupt instead of intervening in their circumstances. Then also had a problem of appointment of board members that was considered irregular. Then again, we had a problem of CIP deregistrations, where CIP company were deregistered but then were given jobs. This is our journey, or our honorable chair and the team as INSECTA, and we thank AGSA for being uncompromising when dealing with INSECTA. What are the causative factors, broadly speaking? New executive members or team with less than 5 years within CETA, implementation of transformation principle, which forced the big elephants within CETA to resign or leave. Again, also, we found a big problem of almost every department within CETA being outsourced to other companies, like finance, like HR, like IT, and so on. These functions are now performed in-house. Again, there is also growing headcount of from 67 up to 89, still increasing. Investing money and time on training the new incumbents who are likely also to make mistakes. That's also some of the problems. Moving the office away from external forces that were remotely controlling in CETA. There was a very big building next to the old CETA office where there was another big association that was actually remotely controlling the CETA. And then we have to move the office. Then our road to recovery. We have reduced mismanagement of funds. We are collaborating with other CETAs like FACET, Food and Beverages, MIC CETA, and so on. Formation of CO forums as the source of information sharing, engagement with NSA, which empowered CETA with knowledge and also indicated their willingness to assist as may be required. AXA confirming that CETA is a going concern. Introduction of audit committee, which meets with the CFO on a monthly basis. Outsourcing of internal audit so that we can have an independent watchdog. CEO meeting with executive team on a weekly basis around the audit function. Improved MI system, appointed ACTE, increased levy income collection, risk awareness in every meeting, our challenge to address operational risk, which is our biggest problem. Embarking on AXA report Act 3, that is focusing on what they call root cause analysis, which means that we have to control the environment, do some risk assessment, control activities, provide information and communication, and monitoring and evaluation. And also have established Operation Hakela, where we try to reduce the payment of creditors from 66.44 to at least 15. Within 15 days, the creditor should be paid. That's what we call Operation Hakela. Then in conclusion, Chair, INSECTA is already implementing action plan. Audit qualification has been the cause of discomfort for the board and organization. We are all involved. And with me here, I have our EMO, I have our CFO, who can be able to provide more clarity on other issues that have not addressed. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. If we could just have their names, but they can introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon to all the members and, of course, our leadership.
Get your red thing.
Okay, yeah. All right, yeah, I was saying good afternoon to the chairperson, members of the committee, as well as the leadership from the department. My name is Leslie Kwaping. I'm responsible for operations at INSETA. I think the apology has already been noted of the CE. Yeah, I will ask the CFO to do the same. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members and the leadership of DHET and colleagues. My name is Zalele Malaza, CFO. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and the members and the leadership of the DHET. My name is Lynn Mafeking and I'm the manager in the office of the CEO.
Thank you very much. Members, you get, so Honorable Esak was supposed to lead us in the beginning. He has a bereavement, so he's not able to be here with us. So you get an opportunity to ask some questions. So I will first give you the opportunity. I have some of my own, but I'll ask them last in case you cover me. So Honorable Beasley, I'm looking at you, not knowing whether you want to ask.
Yeah, so again, Chair, it just comes back to a comment. I mean, some of the comments made was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for project expenditure, no supporting evidence for performance targets, weak internal controls. And again, it comes to the point of the board. I mean, where is the board in all of this? This has been happening for 3 years, and just to me, it just defies, you know, all logic. And we've got a board, but this just carries on year on and year on. And then the question is about board member irregular appointments. If somebody can just expand on that. I mean, what is a regular board appointment, and are those board members still part of the board? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On slide 22, you report an 81% implementation rate for finance action plans. Yet slide 21, INSECTA AG findings, clearly states that the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for project expenditure. How do you reconcile this high implementation percentage of 81 with the AG's explicit statement about insufficient evidence? Can you provide a detailed itemized breakdown of the 61 implemented finance action plans, specifically highlighting those that address the AG's concerns regarding project expenditure and internal control weaknesses? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. We don't have a lot of members present, so I'll just give you an opportunity to deal with the questions asked, and then we'll cover the rest of the members. Also gives them time to settle.
Okay, thanks, Chair, through you. We will deal with the two questions directly related to the audit action plan, which is the 81% of implementing of addressing the implementation plan versus what the actual audit issue was. But I think perhaps, Chair, it may be we may need to start there because it could be that this comment may probably be repeated. By simply just zooming in into what the audit issue was, as was correctly, I think, mentioned by both members, and I think it's there in the report on a few occasions. The qualification was really about documentation, Chair. Two things about documentation: poor practices around documentation. By this I mean the handling of documentation, the marking of document, referencing and so forth. And two, the conveyance of such documentation to the audit on the correct line items that are being tested. So there were really serious issues around documentation. And I think many of the comments, and when the CFO talks about the action plan, the audit action plan itself, a lot of it is on documentation. So a lot of action and effort has been put on correcting this serious problem that we have had to accept that we have, Chair. So I think that's really what the qualification we have as a CETA is all about. So that's really what it was about. I will then ask CFO to deal directly with the questions as they were asked. Thank you, Chair.
So sorry, can I just keep you on the and I'll ask you, DG, to note. You don't have to answer. To note. So the experience I have, and it's not just this CETA or these CETAs here, or just the CETAs themselves, is that there appears to be a serious deficit of information systems and information management, which makes it difficult to provide accurate information to auditors, whether it is financial or it relates to performance on projects or even just annual performance plans, an inability to provide the evidence. And it exists here, it exists in the other two conversations that we had, the EWSETA and CETA, that there is a problem. And I'd like you to just give us a bit more color on this issue, because it is difficult to manage that which you cannot measure. If you don't have enough information, you cannot measure. If you cannot measure, you don't know whether you're coming or going ultimately. And that's very concerning when we, especially in this terrain where we have to get people trained so they can find work. So can you just give us a bit of color? I mean, how severe is the problem? Because the Auditor General has highlighted it as a serious issue.
Chair, thank you very much. If I may. I think this is better. The issue of record keeping, Chair, it's obviously a matter that has caused the qualification for the CETA. And I'm also going to, because it reflects, or it basically makes an identification of the fact that there are internal control deficiencies around our record keeping. I think our board member has highlighted the fact that there were a lot of divisions which were previously outsourced, including finance. So the main issue of the qualification is because AG is saying before you pay an invoice, or before you say I can send this invoice for payment, what is it that you are going to be looking at as an organization before you can say that the deliverables have been met? So it's basically around that. I think we had to ensure that this, because it's basically a back to basic type of, or it rather reflects on the internal control environment. So linking it with the question on how we have actually registered an 81% because of the audit qualification, we had to make sure that we first look at our processes, not only in finance, but from a DG, so that we assess the entire value chain from performance and how it translates to financial information, and what internal control enhancement we can be able to implement. So what we have done, Chair, is to go back, because obviously with the limitation, it means we still needed to go back and make sure that we have all the supporting documentation for 23-24, and make sure that it is complete. There's learner registration documents, there's ID for the learners, and so forth. So we have done that process and completed it, Chair. I can also indicate to the committee that on Monday, the AGSA is going to be auditing that. We have requested them to look into that because we wanted them to start, or rather give that assurance to our board members when they start with the annual audit or the execution in June. When they start, at least we must have that assurance to say that we have dealt with the audit qualification. So that is what we have done, Chair. I think it's linking it back to what Mr. Mpuru has indicated. What we have also picked up is that this back to basics that are necessitated, or rather that we needed to put in place, they affect issues of document management, but also change management, issues of capacity building within the finance department. What we are doing, Chair, is to monitor the implementation of the audit action plan on a weekly basis. We also do the same process as that is being done here. We hold each other accountable on a divisional level so that we aggressively ensure that by end of March, the audit action plan is fully implemented. Chair, I think there was also a question around the board members, the irregular appointments. It's the same question for all the CETAs. I think all the CETAs were affected by the appointment of the board, that the term is coming to an end now in March. I think Mr. Mabuza has explained on that process. So it's a continuation of that expenditure that we incurred. But we've also disclosed in our annual report, because there was a resolution taken by the board to remove that expenditure in our annual report. Thank you, Chair.
Don't let me disturb you. There were questions asked by the members. I asked a follow-up question.
Chair, if I may also, I think there was also a question around the 81% implementation registered for finance versus the audit qualification. As I've said, Chair, the 81 is basically informed by a number of indicators that we have set ourselves, from capacity building to preparation of your interim financial statements. As I've said, these are back to basics. Preparation of quarterly financial statements. It's also part of the things that we have done. And we've also done the process, as I've indicated, that we had to go back to 23-24 and make sure that all the evidence that supports the DG expenditure that we have incurred is collated and is verified. So that is what we have registered under the 81% for finance, Chair. I thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Actually, you are just asking me about the board question. I said it was answered. But again, also from our side, Chair, as the board members, the figures are figures, and then what we are trying to do also in every meeting is to ask questions behind the figures, because I always ask them, what is the risk behind everything that you are reporting to us? So that as the board, you need to know whether we are really heading for danger or we are on a safer side. We demand that, because the figures are compiled by people, they give us the final figures, but behind the figures, there is also a journey that the figure has to take before it can be written down. Now I want to know what is happening. Are there any risk involved regarding the finances, regarding the report that we're getting from the executive members? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to give the members again, so I'm coming this way. Honorable Dagmo, you fine? Honorable Neil May.
No, thank you, Chair. And I was following while I was at Home Affairs, so I didn't lose any input. So thank you. The question that I wanted to ask was that now that you are being paired with the food EWSETA, and I'm not sure while I was in the lift you had answered this, which has for consecutive years attained clean audit outcomes, which you had mentioned, and this is commendable. However, given the AG's persistent findings, particularly the lack of impact assessment studies as explained in slide 18, how will this benchmarking specifically address INSETA's performance measurement and evaluation deficiencies? And to add to that, any specific methodologies or metrics that will be adopted from food EWSETA to ensure robust and transparent impact assessments of INSETA's skills development programs? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just take a few of the structured questions that we have here. One would be to establish if all board members and senior management within the CETA are vetted. The board members who were found to have been appointed irregularly, are they still part of the current board? What is the ministry's view on the effectiveness of the board given the reoccurrence of poor audit findings? What was the problem with the previous organizational structure, and what tangible benefits and improvements has the public entity driven or derived from the revised structure? Those are the structured questions I wanted to ask. But then, moreover than that, I think we're faced before us with an opportunity to learn with the tenure of the board coming to an end. And I'm saying this, Chair, because I've been sitting here the entire day. You know, I like specifics. There is a leader that I used to idealize who used to say, what is the principal contradiction? When you tell him a lot of problems, you want to know what is the central problem, so that when we resolve it, we can resolve all of the other problems. So we've got a lot of qualified audits, we've got a lot of problems, and I'm trying to think what I've heard the entire day beside English, and I'm not able to find what is the real issue. You know, what is the one thing that cuts across that maybe you can have an opportunity to say, if we fixed this, doesn't matter if it's legislation or whatever it is, but if we fix this one thing, because I've said to this committee, we may not resolve the entire problems of the country in the next 5 years, but we must be able to resolve something. We can't also, you know, be sitting here with another board in the next 3 years, another CEOs in the next 3 years, and we're going through the same problems. We can't. Then it means we're ineffective as human beings. We're just incapacitated. So drawing from your own experiences, what is the major challenge in ensuring that we get the right audits, we get to meet our own targets that we develop ourselves? Well, what is one or two learning points that you can say to the committee, we think that if we resolve this problem or these two issues, we are likely to have efficiency in terms of meeting our target and objectives, as well as have compliance in terms of our reportings and get our audits right. Thank you. I would like to just know that. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could get answers to those questions.
Thank you, Chair. So I will deal with some of the questions and CFO will deal with some of them. The first one to deal with, what is actually the problem? It's internal controls. It's the whole internal control environment is what will protect any organization from such things. Because when internal controls are in place, everybody understands, has got the capacity and there's compliance, then ideally we shouldn't find ourselves here. So that's what really is at the core of this thing. And some of the work that, the 81% of the work that we've done, a lot of it was on the actual internal controls, SOPs, guidelines, and all of those things, workshopping them and making sure that people actually understand and are able to comply. And compliance is an important part on the part of staff. And I think the question may arise insofar as when you've done all of these things, you put a process in place, you've trained people and so on, and people are still doing, I think one of the colleagues mentioned that people still do these errors and so on. We've taken an unprecedented action, I think for the first time in this organization, Chair, to implement consequence management on some of the people where it could be traced directly that the controls that were put in place and all of these things were there, but people still did not comply or did not comply fully. That's one of the things that we've had to do in order to reinforce this culture of compliance, of observing internal controls. So really that's what's at the core of this, Chair. In terms of the question related to the organizational structure, Chair, I think the board member has sort of given highlights on what was the main reason with the structure. It was more of an outsourced structure, and some of these functions are quite critical as far as we are concerned. So it really did not provide a lot of accountability with certain processes. There were also processes that require integration between one process to another. So you find that sometimes when one service provider who is dealing with the one aspect, but they're dealing with it independently as a service provider to the CETA, and another one seated elsewhere, sometimes getting integration between those two processes, data and processes, sometimes it's not that easy. There were issues of costs that the board had to look at that time. There is a lot of, there are some elements, for instance, if you look at IT systems and the likes, where the issues of ownership and so on sometimes do come in, and several other risks that we had experienced in managing some of the programs up until that time, which had led to some audit issues at that time even. So that those were some of the issues that the board was seized with in moving from an outsourced structure to an in-sourced one. The issue of and I think it's correctly noted that we did not or we had not concluded an impact study as at the time the report was done. It is true the impact study will actually be completed around the 10th of March, so it's about in 2 weeks or so. We will have an impact study. In fact, as a CETA, we hadn't done so in about 2 years. So we will be covering a 24-month period insofar as the impact study is concerned. So 10th of March is the ETA on this. So I think these are the issues. The CFO will deal with the results of the pairing, what are the things that we've discovered in the pairing, and the lessons learned. Thank you, Chair. CFO.
Chair, thank you very much. I think the pairing has assisted, and it's still going to assist the insurance CETA, learning best practices, what internal controls can be enhanced and how, but also in terms of learning from one another. Because as indicated, our problems are mainly soft issues. It is mainly about also changing the culture on how things were done in line with the revised policies and procedures, but it also adapting to the change. So we believe that with an organization or with an entity like FoodBev, that has already been in the journey from an unqualified in the previous 3 years to an unqualified without, or rather a clean audit. I think with that transition, it will also help us to move in the same direction. So we really believe it will help us. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've got questions for DG and the Chief Executive of the NSA. because I've been listening very carefully from the beginning until now, and I think it's now time for this conversation. But let me ask some stupid questions first. What is the overarching management structure at a line level between yourselves and the executives at the CETAs and the chairs of boards? By that I mean, is there a formal reporting structure? Are there regular reviews? Who are they with? Are they with boards? Are they with executives? Do you form an aggregate quarterly picture or half-yearly picture for discussion with the executive authority, that being the minister? I just want to understand this. There is a reason for it. The problems right across the CETAs tend to be the same. Let me describe the picture that emerges, and all of you need to tell me if I am incorrect. Being a training provider has become an industry. Whether someone has done training in that field or not. So somebody is looking to start a business. They may decide to become a training provider. Some of these organizations are startups. That's allowed. They are startups, various stages of organizational development in and of themselves. 1. 2, there are fiefdoms at provincial level. To the extent that you have provincial offices, there are fiefdoms at provincial level, where these little kings and queens determine who gets into the system and who doesn't. Depending on the level of professionalism and adequacy of the controls and level of ethics at that level, you may or may not get adequate information. And as a first line that deals with those training providers, it may or may not be in their interest for them to get adequate accounting at a documentary level, which when you aggregate the system, gives you a lot of irregular expenditure, funds unaccounted for, misalignment between performance measures reported versus financial expenditure linked to that expenditure, and so on. You know the whole picture. I also want to say, my feeling is the people that sit in Pretoria or Johannesburg or wherever are too far from the action. That the real action and the real accounting actually is at provincial level. So within that vein, I want to know about the process of selection of the people who run. What are the management systems that you have at provincial level and so on, right? What happens to service providers who are unable to provide the records that are required so that you can complete audits? But the first question that I asked DG is particularly important because this tells me at some point, and I've gained this view over a number of weeks listening to presentations, I can see the systemic problems. So tell me, the picture that I have that I have in my head, I want you to disabuse me of it and say it's incorrect and tell me why. I'm not fighting. I'm telling you, I'm sharing with you now what is in my mind. Right? I need to know that this is not the case, because ultimately the person who's going to account to this committee, without all of you here, because we are going to call her in soon, by herself and the DG, and we talk about these systemic problems, I am uncomfortable, I have to say, with the pairing. Do you know what it sounds like? It sounds like somebody who has got an executive committee or some subsidiary companies underneath and says, Company A, go and learn from Company B how they're doing it. It's stunning. You don't do accountability that way. Either someone is adequate for the job or they're not. One. Secondly, over time, you should have developed norms, standards, and systems you can standardize right across, taking account of your experience, because CETAs were new at some point. They're no longer new. There are certain things that exist in the system. It appears to me that the department has taken the view that we're going to respond to these things generally in silos, without the top of the house making a systemic intervention that says, we've identified these 5 problems in the system, and this is how all of you shall do it. And if you don't meet this standard, the board is not performing, the management is not performing. So please, help me, disabuse me of this picture that I have developed.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the question. Somehow we also could have anticipated that the conversation will gravitate towards that. So in the way we structured the presentation, we actually centralized the role of the National Skills Authority as an overarching oversight body that is legislated and has a responsibility for the entire, oversight of the CETA system in particular. Earlier on in my remarks, I indicated that after, in 2013, we published the white paper on post-school education and training. We redefined the role of the PSET system to not just be the CETAs, but to include all our entities, including TVET colleges and so on. And that our view going to the future would be to empower this entity so that it is able to cover the whole space. But I think I'll give the CEO the thing of answering the specifics about which layers, the structure as a whole. We also would like to comment, Chair, about how we are taking that system going forward. I did indicate earlier on that the Minister of Higher Education and Training is appointed by the President as the chief coordinator of all skills development in the country. And in that way, the Minister becomes the head of the Secretariat for the Human Resource Development Strategy for the country. And I think somehow the role of CETAs need to also be seen in the light of that role that it has to provide leadership and in the entire skills development and invertedly dealing with issues of unemployment and training of our young people and so forth. And we'd like to comment in that regard, and I'll ask Mr. Mvalo and Mr. Kuza. Mr. Mvalo leads the branch for skills, and he leads the NSA.
Okay, so we'll get an answer on how are these overseen. That's very important. The problems are just too common.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson and DG. So the CETAs are public entities, and they are accountable to the Minister through the board. Now, the Minister issues out regulations guiding the boards on how to appoint the CEO, and the CEO then enters, or the CETA enters into a service level agreement with the DG in support to the Minister of what is to be performed. And the NSA then conducts oversight on the achievement and the performance of the CETA against those 4 areas that are indicated on, which is the research planning, the governance, performance, and financial management. And based on that, that goes to their report gets compiled to the Minister with recommendations on what are the observations and what are the challenges and what potential interventions that should be made. There is a structure that the department runs called the CETA CEOs Forum, where the department spells out what are the goals to be achieved, as the DG has already indicated, the National Plan on PSET as an example, but before then, we also had the National Skills Development Plan, which sets out what has to be achieved for the National Skills Development Agenda. So the NSA then follows that up with the oversight that engages directly with the CETAs to say, where are we in respect of these various goals that have been set out, including going through the SLAs. As you would have remembered, Chair, there was a discussion around this SLA targets and APPs, because one thing we look at is that CETA would say we've achieved 97% against our APP, which they formulate, and then we say, but wait, the SLA, which is what the minister has set and promised to the president that we will achieve this, and tells us that, and what is the discrepancy, and then we find each other somehow. So you would have various provisions in the Act, such as if there's a governance issue, as an example, which necessitates that perhaps an investigation be conducted, zooming into specific cases, or the minister might refer a matter to the NSA to say there is a matter that needs investigation, in which case then the NSA would undertake that investigation and come up with recommendations to the minister. So ultimately, there is that oversight from the NSA to make sure that there's performance. Where that is indicated to be the case, that it's not happening, we then refer the matter to the minister to say, invoke Section 14, which might lead to administration. Or if the minister determines otherwise, it might lead to, which has not happened yet, to a de-establishment of that CETA in question.
So what I'm hearing you say, and I'll tell you how it relates to what we are hearing and what we've just heard. And I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation like this, but the committee can't look at every CETA individually. So the sense I'm getting from your answer is that you actually have no mechanism for determining at the half-year point whether a CETA is doing okay or not.
There is a quarterly one.
Okay, so how do we get to a point where systematically the CETAs, year after year, have the same problem? Poor record keeping, the backing up of the basically getting information that informs the Auditor General's process appears to begin when the Auditor General gets involved and says, you're missing this, you're missing that, etc., etc. You can look at what the Auditor General presents to us, right? Year after year. I am thinking that this is not just about whether people have met their targets or not. It says to me that on an ongoing basis, there is just no mechanism. If there is a mechanism, it's ineffectual, of saying, where are you with your audit? All of you. Where are you with preparation for your audit? Where are you with your audit plan for this year? Are you going to be ready for the AG when they get here, or are you not going to be ready, etc.? It feels like, and the variance in the audit outcomes of the different CETAs says to me that process doesn't happen. It seems to be a lack of the draw. If that CETA happens to have good management and so on, things go okay. If another CETA doesn't have good management, it becomes tough. But you know what? Our solution is go and check how those guys do it, and hopefully we'll get there.
Chair, we are certainly never going to come here and be defensive. But I think it's important that we contextualize our conversation to the fact that today we are bringing the CETAs that underperform. On another day, you might have asked me to bring the 10 that have clean audits. And the conversation at that time will completely be different from what it is today. This is not a suggestion that some of the issues we're concluding today are not the problem across the board. But if I say earlier on, 14 of the 21 CETAs have an unqualified audit. We've got 7 that are qualified. It does somehow, and of those 7, one of them, which is here, is qualified only once. In previous audit, it has not been. That necessarily does not say there are no problems and so forth. I understand your question very clearly. It's just that it would be an injustice if I didn't say so, and I'm the accounting officer.
No, I'm with you. But so clear me here. Please switch off the mic. So clear me here. You presented the slide here, which CETA has qualified audits for years. That's why I'm looking to you. I'm saying, what's missing? Where's the broken chain? How are these other guys able to get clean audits and others? It's like a favorite child who smokes and drinks. The others get smacked when they do that, but there's this one who's allowed to continually misbehave. So help me understand, where does it break?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Well, I must say, I know you already disclosed your lack of confidence in what we have just introduced, the pairing of the CETAs. It was never there before. So from our side, we are excited about it. And I should think you have heard from some of the CETAs the excitement that is there. Because those identified areas in terms of the AG, they have discovered in terms of the benchmarking that these are the CETAs which they can work with in terms of dealing with those areas. So maybe, Chair, at some point, when you check with us, did it work or it did not work, then I should think it will be a different conversation. We've just introduced, I should think if we can give it a space to continue.
Let me be direct with my question. You don't fix underperformance in this way. This is my point. The ones you're pairing the others with seemingly are performing correctly. Identify the problem correctly where they're not performing. Is it possible that you don't have suitable people there? As an example, is it possible that the board is not capable? You can do the pairing, fine. But where I get worried is that the pairing is a solution. It's a solution, right? Where is the accountability? If you are saying to me, and maybe I missed this, if you are saying to me that several things, we found the people to be inadequate for the roles that they're in, and this is the fix. Secondly, we want to standardize systems, because I asked about standardization of systems as well, right? And standards right across the piece. It can't be that others cannot keep records, others can, and it persists. You know what I mean? As the authority, you have to say, no, I want you to do it this way. If you don't do it this way, out. That's my gripe. And that's what I'm asking you for.
Thanks very much. Sorry. Yeah, okay.
We need to answer directly the
Okay.
question.
Yeah, so there has been cases of those that have been dismissed at a CETA board level because of identified problems, and there are CETAs that have been placed under administration where there were demonstrated governance failures. And there are provisions that the minister would also be working on, which have been recommended by the NSA to the minister, which do not require any amendment to the Act because the legislation already makes that provision for the minister to act. In case, like specifically where the chair refers to the standardization, because that has been identified as a gap. Thank you, sir.
Chair, I wanted also maybe to overemphasize. We said now, going forward, the Audit and Risk Committee, it is going to submit a 3-year rolling plan to the department, of which we are going to get quarterly reports arising out of that work. So it's something new that we're introducing. And I must also mention the CFO is convening quarterly meetings with all the CFOs, the CFO of the department. This conversation, these discussions are also discussed at that level between the CFOs of the entities and the DAGT. We also now introduce something, it might be a bit late to introduce late last year, whereby the office of the CFO, the skills branch, we're meeting with the SETAs, targeting those SETAs which have a negative audit opinion. We started a bit late, it started last year. So that also we're monitoring quite very closely. And they are submitting, because we are mentioning the point to say, the audit action plans. Are we following up on these audit action plans? They are now submitting the audit action plans, and we look into those plans, and then we meet with them. And we hope that will be able to make impact. Hence, the DG was saying, if we look back, there is improvement in terms of the SETAs, which are getting qualified audit opinion and so on. And we hope, Chair, maybe in a year or years to come, and then we'll report a completely different picture. But I must say it's work in progress where we are sitting. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I apparently I've been very disorderly. The members' transport is supposed to leave soon. Can I do this? Can I ask Honourable Scosan and Honourable Mente to register their questions? Otherwise, I'm going to be unfair here. And then, can we please get concise answers, and anything we have not addressed, we will address in writing. Honourable Scosan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to have 2 or 3 questions for the CEO. I'm going to start by saying, I'm not sure whether he's an acting chair, you know, who reminds me of Ushenge. And I was very, you know, he reminds me of Ushenge, the way he articulated his views, Chair. May his soul rest in peace. And I'll start by saying, it's very unfortunate again that we are going to discuss the issue. I think you made a mistake when you said qualified report. Because, you know, when I look at that, in fact, even the HSA is surprised to say you have overreached. And that, for me, to say out of 52 in terms of PIs, you've overreached your achievement. I mean, you've overachieved, you know, and I don't think so. Let me give you an example. Some of the trainees, when they were supposed to get their certificate, the response from you is that you don't have enough papers. And the implications of that, 700 of the students who wanted to get their certificate, they could not because there was no papers. One, for the employer that was fired, if you remember, the Indian lady, can you really explain why was she fired? Was the processes of a disciplinary followed to the latter? If now...
I just want to be sure that they know who you're referring to. That's all.
No, they know. They know.
Okay, I really, yeah, no, I do want information to be specific, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. If they don't know, then they will say, they'll ask me, because remember I've mentioned names and there were issues, so I'm going to avoid that now.
No, just say what role they had, at least Honourable Scott. What was this person doing? So it just
remember now, for you, Chair, maybe you know about it. For the first time that I've seen that there's a chartered director, not a chartered accountant. Well, maybe it came later, you know, but be that as it may, there's a chartered director who was a deputy chair. Okay, we will come to that, otherwise you are disorganizing me. I'm going to give you what you want. If now she has raised issues, she has to become a whistleblower. Did she raise those issues? She left the department. While she was employed, if not why, did she even provide evidence of all items of issues she's raising now? Do you suspect all along that she has been an internal accomplice working inside INSECTA to enable corruption of certain companies like gifts? There's an assumption of allegation that disciplinary issues you undertake internally and operational as a CEO and your subordinates, that the chairperson of the board was involved. Is that true? If not, who's alleging that? And you know that if you have evidence, you must provide the evidence. According to your knowledge, the CETA money management, there's this company, this organization, they call themselves NGO, OTA. Oh, yeah, OTA now it's a spokesperson of INSECTA. I'm not sure you are aware of that. You go to 702, you go to, what is the other one? SAFM. Every now and then, they are talking about GIFSA. Why? My biggest issue with the INSECTA is that those students who you trained can't be placed, can't get jobs because they are still waiting for the accreditation, for them to be certified. But it cannot be an excuse that you are running short of paper. Really is an embarrassment. I'm not sure whether you understand what I'm talking about, or perhaps I'm wrong. But when I read what we are given, I'm going to give you a simple thing. As I was saying to you, perhaps you were wrong when you say qualified for the last three years. You've got these qualified reports. There's no improvement at all. I can see that this overreach, which I've spoken about earlier, that even the AGSA has noted that. They are even surprised. Why are you saying you've overachieved? Now, because the chairperson today says the passes, but we've got a minister today, we'll get chartered executive kukumbis to back home. We can sit here until 7, Chair. Thank you.
Minister, you please start making calls.
No, not just one.
I just want to be sure, so that you can answer. Please, because I don't want your answer then to be we don't know. If you need to ask a clarification question of Honorable Escosana, please do, because we want an answer. That's why I'm just insisting that if you know the case, just say yes, we know the case, and Honorable Mende continues.
Okay. Chair, I thought the only thing Honorable Escosana was looking this way should have looked that way.
Okay, but all I want to know is that have you understood Honorable Skosan, and somebody will give him an answer. I don't want people to look at each other and they say they don't know. Okay, will Honorable Skosana get his answer? Okay, thank you. That's all I want to know.
Now, thank you, Chair. Now, there is this one item which the AG keeps on highlighting, the internal controls. Yet, the internal control function is outsourced for strengthening the capacity of the CETAs. However, the very same company, across the board, those companies fail to secure evidence of the paper trail, of transactions, of accounting on a month-to-month. So there's something which is lacking in that system. Whether they are working in isolation, there are no meetings held with the organizations, board members or what. I want to understand, at what point do you then get to do your checklist of other board sitting, or rather executive officials are sitting monthly meetings, quarterly meetings with these companies? Because if we outsource experts to do the work, they still fail to do the work, we're going to hit to the disaster we saw at Skills Fund. Before we know it, we're going to be coming here to be talking about billions. And trust me, next year, these ones that are here, they're going to be sitting across saying, no, we didn't see that, we didn't do that. But at what point do you do your checklist and get certainty that things are done properly and these companies are delivering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I interrupted you earlier, answering earlier questions. Complete those and then please respond to the rest of the members' questions.
Thank you, Chair. I think we were done with the first set of questions. If we didn't touch on any, we will be willing to just be reminded. But to deal quickly with the ones that we have just received now, the first one is, let me start with the certification issue. Chair, it's something that has been also been in the media. But let me not go into what was the genesis of how it got into the media. But the one thing that we wish to categorically mention, one is that we've got sufficient stocks of face value paper. That's the paper which you use to print certificates on. We've got sufficient stock of that. We don't have issues with face value paper. It's not actually a problem we have had in a while. We may have had some system issues at some point in the last 18 months or so, but paper, face value paper was never an issue for us. So the issue of certification is basically at the core of what all of us as CETAs have got to do as quality assurance providers on behalf of the QCTO to ensure the quality of those that will exit the system and go into the employment space. And when we certificate, we're essentially confirming that this person is fit for purpose. So there was an issue of, initially it was 559, Chair, if you would have followed the media reports, then later on it was 700 learners with outstanding certificates who were reported on. This was actually not factual. The service provider in question, which we will not mention, I don't think it's the place, we actually went back and reconciled on these numbers that were reported on, and we got nowhere near some of these numbers. But we have had issues with several service providers, or STPs as it were, some of which would have been de-accredited or no longer inactive, especially. You sometimes get this issue a lot insofar as learners that would have either been incomplete at a qualification level or at a part qualification level being sent to the CETA to achieve either certification or statements of results, which would indicate that they would have completed their programs, whatever the programs may have been. But to find that when we did the recon, when these numbers first went out, we could see that all the learners from that particular service provider were still in the process of learning. So whether these were qualification skills programs, learnerships, a lot of these programs were still enrolled, which obviously would have meant the CETA or any other quality assurance body cannot certify when the process is not completed. So, I mean, there are three broad parts to this process. It's the actual classroom learning itself. Then you get the post-learning processes that have got to happen, the assessments and so on, verifications, QA leading to a certification. So when we checked, we found that the number was nowhere near what these learners were. The number of learners was nowhere near what was reported, but even those that we found, there was about just over 100, even those were still in the process of the programs themselves, so they were not ready for certification yet. To this day, Chairperson, because it's a question we get from time to time based on those media issues, so we look at it quite closely for that purpose. As we stand today, we don't have outstanding certification, and by outstanding certification, I mean where we've QA'd, but we have not certified. We don't have such an issue. The second part, I will assume, based on, I think, the totality of the question, who the identity of the former employee is, and I can confirm the following. Indeed, that individual was dismissed. Indeed, I can confirm that there was a process, a disciplinary process, conducted the normal way with an independent presiding officer and with all of the things that are required in terms of the Labour Relations Act and our policies, of course. So the process was concluded and the recommendation was a dismissal. So that was concluded in that fashion. was the individual enabling corruption. So there was an investigation that was conducted which led into the disciplinary process, and it had been found that the person was complicit in so far as so it was not one individual, the individual that was involved in the matter. But of course it was found that the individual was part of several employees acting together to allow a service provider that shouldn't have participated in our programs to participate in the programs. So basically that is what the event was, and that led to the disciplinary action that led to the dismissal. So that is the account around the former employee that was dismissed. The other issues around outer issues that we have had to grapple with in the last just over a year, I think 14 months, around the same issue. And it has been something that has gone on for a while. Through various interactions, we've gotten all sorts of letters coming from outer, most of them direct to the board, and the board has spent quite a bit of time, Chair, going through those letters and responding to each one of them on the issue of certification and several other issues for that matter, which the board has been able to respond and deal with in terms of all of them. The question on...
Sorry, can I ask? I mean, the question is, I think what the honourable member wants to know is the veracity of those claims, because outer is pretty out there on all of these matters. So to say they've been responded to doesn't help us.
Okay. Okay. Okay, but maybe I will change how I was. I was going to end off with the board member sharing the process that is now unfolding to answer that question definitively, Chairperson. So there is a process that the board has commissioned to look at that aspect. So I will allow, I just wanted to deal with the administrative issues and then allow the Chairperson, I mean, Mr. Mpuru as representing the board to deal with that element. So on the issue of internal audit, which is outsourced, I think I will allow the CFO to respond to that question. But indeed, Member Mendes, it's an outsourced internal audit in our case as well. The internal auditors report to the ARC on a quarterly basis, and on a needs basis if there is something out of the ordinary that they would need looked at. It also reviews all our year-end processes, which would be twofold: on the non-financial side, which is the APR side, as well as on the financial side, which is the annual financial statements. CFO, you may just want to add on.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to respond to what was said about 700. I think that appeared on SABC2, where this guy who's actually the main person said that the new INSECTA management found that there were outstanding 3,000 certificates, and then the new management was able to reduce them to 700. And again, also, the toll gate guy that we're talking about is highly economic with the truth, very, very economic. And on TikTok, he lied, saying that this company was accredited in 2000 and in about 10 years' time, 2015, whereas it was accredited in 2005. And again, also, the person that we're talking about, he actually undermines the board members, because he communicates with only 3 white ladies inside the board. He's never written a letter to us. That's why I always said we cannot respond to somebody who doesn't respect the board, who talks to people inside the board, because they wear the color that looks like his. And also, he has been threatening the board also with legal action. Then I said to the board members, I'm prepared to go to jail, because he's economic with the truth. And I'm prepared to be with him on TV if it's possible, because I've been recording everything that he has been saying. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, maybe let me just allow the CFO to fully just complete the issue of internal audit quickly.
Chair, thank you very much. Just to start with the internal audit function being outsourced, indeed, Chair, I think we have indicated that most of the functions were previously outsourced, and starting with finance and other functions. In December, Chair, we had an approval of our organizational structure wherein we are now looking into insourcing the internal audit function because we understand its importance and the value add that it needs to make in our organization. So that's the approach that we have taken to insource our internal audit function. Chair, there was also, I think, a question around the 3 years audit qualification, which I think it's something that obviously as an organization we have had to take it, in a very high spirit because we want to change the organization, but we are also obviously looking in having solutions that are more long-term and sustainable than short-term. We have also done an analysis, Chair, and it's not justifying the fact that we have still received a qualification in 23-24. But I think what we have seen is that the qualification has since changed from more technical issues of misstatements, completeness, which we used to have in the past. From 21-22, we had issues around misstatements on project creditors. 22-23, we have issues which are relating to commitments. And those issues we had to clean, Chair, in 23-24. And that's why we now had to come up in a different way or a different methodology to say, how do we then make sure that we don't address this and then something comes up on internal control deficiencies. Hence, that's why when we speak about the internal control environment, we are trying to make sure that we address all the areas and that we don't have surprises in future and that we come up with solutions that we are not going to get an unqualified this year and then the following year regress. We want to try and make sure that whatever solutions that we are implementing, they are more sustainable and forward-looking. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if just before, perhaps I see that in the notes here there is one question that is probably unanswered around vetting of board members, both board members and executives. It was asked a little earlier. So insofar as board members is concerned, that's a departmental process, so I will not touch on it. But insofar as executives are concerned, the appointment thereof, there will be the ordinary checks that are done when recruitment occurs around qualification checks, reference checks, and all the checks that are the criminal checks, and then all of these checks, credit and so on, that are done at the point of appointment for employees, managers, and executive. I think that was the outstanding issue, Chair. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Skosan. I'll come to you now. So here's a dilemma. Since Ndombi has been going in and out, I thought we have our own bus. We don't. Our fellow members have been waiting for us since 2:30. So that is why I'm anxious. I'm not wanting to cut the conversation. I do want to accord them the respect. So we've pleaded with them to just allow us to finish this conversation. But it's really important that we also don't inconvenience them, especially those that are going to Acacia Park side. So there is an issue, members. So Honorable Skosana, is it something what... Yeah.
What I just wanted to find out, because the chairperson said from 3,000 to 700, and the executive said it's almost 100. And that as well, I'm not sure whether it includes the ghost one, because there's ghost one as well. You know about that. Anyway, I didn't mention that. I thought you'll mention it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's deal with that, and then we'll close.
Sorry, Chair. I'll deal with it very quickly. As I indicated, Chair, a lot of these numbers are numbers, as the board member have said, which have been sort of reported on by different individuals, some of them outer, some of them not. But these are not figures that the CETA itself has reported on to say, here we are with 3,000, we're reducing to 7, or all of those things. There are other figures which are actually not being mentioned that we've seen. But these are figures that the CETA did not report, or any of our oversight bodies has actually looked at and seen them. So the 100 plus that I was speaking about, Honorable Member, was basically just on the open statuses when we look at our MS to say which learners are enrolled under a certain SDP who have not yet completed or who have not yet reached certification stage. So there were not even a backlog per se. I mean, we were really just trying to extend what could be perceived as a backlog out there. But these are numbers that as a CETA we cannot stand behind because they didn't we were not the origin of these numbers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And thank you for participating in this Comrades Marathon today. I appreciate your participation. I appreciate the preparation and participation of the members too. I wish to thank all the board members, the board chairs, and other members of boards that are here, as well as the executives. DG, we will be in touch with you and Minister. Your estate is vast. To be specific, we just need to get to a point where we work closely together to deal with all the systemic problems that you have. We want all of your entities to get clean audits. So we're not here trying to get people. Next year when we sit here, I want Honorable Mente to say, Chair, I have no questions, because they have been, seriously, that's what we need. So it's important that we work together. We have quarterly reporting to the committee, and I often tell entities, even if we don't ask for things, if you're going to put something in the paper that's material, explain it to us. We will share it with the members, so that we have context in terms of what's going on. If we've got further questions, the members will say, let's talk to the minister and ask. So that cooperation is important. Let's not make this a once-off that we spend long hours into the night and hope we never come back again. We need to see each other regularly so that we can improve the outcomes. Thank you very much, and thank you to the honorable members once again. Thank you.
Angishanga lutho ne ngasho ibhanji lami lesutho azange ngiphinde ngilithole yabo kahle ubhala ukuthi